Okay. Can you see my screen now? I need just someone to speak up. You can see my screen now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so let's go on. Sorry for the break in transmission. Yeah, so it was saying with just one copy can change your life and you can amass a lot of wealth. Do you understand? And as I was saying, this is also happening in the company. Do you understand? We've written copies. Guys have written copies. Let me not be sexist. And let me just say, guys, ladies have written copies that have brought in a lot of orders and have made millions for the companies. Do you understand? And even those same guys have been able to pocket thousands, been able to go with thousands. Do you understand? So it's not something that is far-fetched. It's not something that it will take years and several months for you to get there. It's something you can learn if you are focused. It's something you can easily learn, and it's something you can easily put in practice and start generating a lot of orders that will bring a lot of money for the company and also for you. So let me show you example here so that you see that this thing is not just word of mouth. I'm coming. Let me show you my sniper. Let me open it from here. Still loading up. So if you guys look down here, you see, can you see these are forms with 18 orders. This is for a product selling what's it called? Say for say a form for a diabetes product. This is another one for an arthritis product. This is also another one for an arthritis product. Can you see 18, 82, 34? This is another one for an high blood pressure product, 156, 54, 153, 283. So when they tell you that, oh, like 400 orders, it's not something that is far-fetched. It's not something that is difficult to achieve. Do you understand me? And if you master your copywriting, or if you can write good copies, this is the foundation for everything else you want to do. Once you can master, you don't even need to be a master yet. Once you can write good copies, you can bring in orders and you'll be able to make a lot of money. You can earn up to 400K in a month. Do you understand? I'm sure 400K can okay, even though it might not be able to change your life, but it can still do much for you. Do you understand me? So let's proceed. So Philip Dusenberry said here that I've always believed that writing advertisements is the second most profitable form of writing. The first, of course, is ransom notes. So this like the second most powerful form of writing after a kidnapper writes a ransom note. That's why in the hand of someone that is selling a product that is not good enough, copywriting that is working and saying your copywriting into it, you are happy. Your customers are also happy. So first thing first, you need to know when you want to write a copy is you need to be able to identify your customer avatar. Who can remember here? Are you guys still with me? Who can remember here that I was saying that writing copy is that you have to write to a targeted audience? Who can remember that I said that?
Yes, can remember.
Yeah. So who is that? Please, whenever you want to speak, just say your name. So I won't have to be opening the participants list and everything.
All right, Joseph says speaking.
Okay. Why is it only Joseph who says that is speaking? Okay, all right. Why is it only Joseph who said that is speaking? We have up to how many participants here? We have 22. Aside me, Prince Ogbonna, Sheyi Obikoya. So that's like we have 19 of you. Why are you guys not speaking? Please speak up. Let's not be only Joseph. So first thing first is you need to be able to identify your customer avatar, so that whatever copy you are writing, you are writing it to a targeted audience. Do you understand me? So Godwin, they said don't be in a noisy environment during meetings. Don't be in a noisy environment. Why you know you were going to have this meeting this morning, so you should have prepared ahead. So the first thing first you need to do when you're writing a copy is identify your customer avatar. And that is their traits, like what is their age, what is the person's dream, what is the person's desire, what does a day in the person's life look like, what is the person's preferred mode of communication, where do they congregate, meaning where can you find them, be it on the internet, be it physically. Do you understand? Okay, so let's say for example now, our customer avatar, I'm asking a question now. Our customer avatar now is a football fan. So how do you answer this question when you want to identify your customer avatar that is a football fan? How do you answer these questions? I need answers, guys.
For the avatar's age, my name is Cornelius. Sorry.
Okay,
Cornelius.
go on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, for the avatar's age now, a footballer, it's the starting age for a footballer mostly is from, let's say, 12 years.
No, I'm not saying a footballer. I'm saying a football fan.
Okay, a football fan.
Yes.
Okay, it's mostly it's open to everybody. Let's say from age 12 down.
Yeah, so that's one. Everyone.
Then what is his or her dream/desire? To always see the team he's supporting or the club he's supporting win and ahead of the others.
Exactly. God bless you.
So what does a day in his or her life look like? Always online, either in the watching live match, or most times he's in a viewing center where he can watch football. But
yeah, God bless you.
Most times he's always attracted to anything football. What is their preferred form of communication? Online, physically, with his other counterparts or other teammates.
Okay.
So where do they congregate?
No, I like when you say online, need it to be much more specific. Where online? Like where?
Okay, either on YouTube or Facebook.
Okay. I would even say Twitter over Facebook. But go on, that's still good. That's a good attempt. Go on.
Then that's you're talking about where do they congregate, right?
Yes.
Where do they congregate? You either find them most times in a viewing center or in a stadium if it's accessible for them to visit the stadium. I think that's what I can share.
Okay. That's a very good one, Cornelius. That's a very good one. Someone else, I need answers. I need you guys to be active. Don't just be here. You're with pride. No one's on your mind. So any other person, please, if you are raising your hand, drop it now. There's no reason to raise your hand. Okay, I'll lower it from my end. Yeah, so I've lowered it. So someone else, I need someone else to try. Identify your customer avatar who is a football fan.
Hello.
Somebody else. Yeah, your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Pascal.
Pascal. Okay. Okay,
Yes.
go on,
Okay.
Pascal.
Yeah, I think regarding the age, the avatar's age, I think from all age brackets could cover here. Then
Yeah, that's good.
the second one, what is his dreams and desire? Well, they definitely would want their respective clubs to carry the league or
Yeah.
to do anything in terms of the footballing. Then the third one is, what does a day in his or her life look like? Yes, this person will surf the internet. We go on go.to get news. We go
Yeah,
on
that's good.
live score. We go on Bet Niger, Bet King app to book
Yes,
game.
that's good. That's a
And that's
good
good.
one.
Then what is their preferred form of communication? They're always online. They go on Twitter, check for hashtag.
Wait, I want you guys to, you said all age brackets, right?
Yes.
That your customer age. And then you said they are all online. Dion, like they are always online. Will a 70-year-old
Yeah.
Man United fan be online?
Yeah, when I mean online may not just be on social media. Online may not
go
be
on.
media. When I mean online covers social media. And again, if the man is 60 years, of course, the man can as well go on go.com to get news about sports. Doesn't really mean the man go on Twitter.
Wait, let me tell you something. They cannot always be online. It's a good one. A majority of them are online. Do you understand? But all those men, I'm sure you know all these newspapers stand that where do you know Complete Sports? All these Complete Sports, Sporting Life newspaper and all.
Yeah, I was actually, when I say online, that's another aspect. They are online and they are offline too. But
yes,
I'm being more specific because what we are doing at the moment is that we're talking about online stuff. That's why I'm being specific about online.
No, we are not talking about online stuff. We are not talking about, we are identify our customer avatar. Do you understand?
Okay, yeah, offline and online. They are offline.
No, I don't. I know you are looking at it in the sense that we are selling to audience that are online, and that's true. But generally now, I'm just teaching you copywriting. Do you understand? Okay. So like I want us to identify a football fan. So go on. This is a good one. Well done. Go on.
Yeah, okay. Where do they congregate? The newspaper stand.
Yeah, that's good.
Football viewing center.
Yeah, that's good.
And again, they as well congregate on Twitter in terms of all those spaces where they talk about football stuff. You can get them there. They congregate there on Twitter spaces. They congregate on Facebook groups. So that's where I think they congregate.
Okay, all right, that's a good one. Okay, so we've gotten two good answers from Cornelius and Pascal now. So let me just give you a briefing now. Let's say, I know not everybody here watches ball, but I'll still give other examples so that everybody will be able to, even the ladies will be able to come in and understand better. So let's say an average Chelsea fan. Do you understand? So identifying your customer avatar, which is an average Chelsea fan. So what is the average Chelsea fan's age? Any age. Do you understand? Some have started watching, for example, I've started watching ball from as young as around 7. Do you understand? So an average Chelsea fan, any age, from some people even from 5, even though they don't understand so much, from 5 to till death. So the age bracket is wide. So what is a Chelsea fan's dream? What is a Chelsea fan's desire? Can somebody give me this thing, an answer for that?
For them to top the table, right? Cornelius.
Yeah.
To be on top of the table. Cornelius.
No. Okay, let me just say this season. It's impossible for them to be at the top of the table this season. So what's their dream?
They don't want to go on relegation.
No, that's that can be realistic.
Hello, Godwin Izuchukwu speaking.
What's your name, please?
Godwin Izuchukwu Daniel.
Okay, Godwin. Yeah, please go on, Godwin.
Okay, I believe an average Chelsea fan right now, their dreams or let's say their hopes would be to maybe qualify for the Europa League or maybe the top four, the league table now.
Exactly. God bless you. The average Chelsea fan's dream is to make the Champions League. That's number one. But then, if they cannot make the Champions League, go, at least they should not be in so much shame and make the Europa League. Do you understand? So that's the average Chelsea fan's dream for now. Do you understand? Why are we trying to know all this? So that if we want to write to the average Chelsea fan, when that person is reading the message, the person will be like, wow, this thing is speaking to me. Do you understand? So that the person will be able to relate very well. That's why we are doing all this. So what does a day in the life of an average Chelsea fan look like? Anybody? Okay, let's do now for an online Chelsea fan and for Chelsea fan and for an offline Chelsea fan. And when I mean offline, that's somebody that does not use the internet. So for a Chelsea fan that uses the internet and for one that doesn't use, I think I should have done it like that so that they will not have the mix up. But let's still go on. Somebody should attempt that.
Godwin is just speaking again.
Okay, go on.
I will attempt for the one of an average Chelsea fan who is offline.
Yes.
Okay. He's kind of dependent on, not really completely dependent on others, like his fellow Chelsea fans, to give him news updates about what is going on. Let's say maybe the transfer window or what is actually happening there. If his or her club is winning the matches or how their performance is progressing currently in the season.
Exactly.
If he or she cannot access the newspaper vendors to maybe go there and do some argument with some people or argue with some rival teammates like the Manchester United, the Arsenal. I know how they always do in newspaper stands. They always mock each other and other stuff. So I believe the average life of an offline Chelsea fan will be to really kind of depend on others to get their information. And sometimes what they hear may not be true, but that is how they get their information.
Yeah, God bless you. Thank you. God bless you. So for an online, somebody else should try for an online Chelsea fan. So somebody else aside sorry, I don't know what was wrong today. My network is just breaking. Okay, so let's go on. Okay, let's go on. Okay, we're still recording. Okay, guys, so are you with me?
Yes, we are with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, we are with you.
Yes. Yeah, what did you hear last, please? What did you hear last? I want to continue from what you heard last.
A day in the life of an offline football fan.
Okay, no, of an offline or online?
Sorry, online. Sorry, online.
Okay. Yeah, so I was using a Chelsea fan, average Chelsea fan as an example now. Man United, so as I was saying, Man United lost 7-0 yesterday. The average Chelsea fan is very happy they lost 7-0. Why? Because they've been rivals like since the beginning of time, especially in Nigeria here. Chelsea fans and Man U fans are rivals. And aside that, Man U fans have been making Chelsea fans since the beginning of the season for their poor performance. Whereas Chelsea never lost 7-0 yet. United lost 7-0 yesterday. So for example now, an average Chelsea fan, an average online Chelsea fan yesterday will be posting and checking for memes online that will make him laugh and I can repost to mock United fans. Are you guys understanding? I want to use something very relatable so that you understand. Are you guys understanding?
Yes, very much, very much.
Okay, so that's what a day in an average Chelsea fan looks like. Do you understand? Also, an average Chelsea fan is hoping for Potter to be sacked. Do you understand me? So when Chelsea played, was it Saturday Chelsea played? Yeah, it was Saturday. When Chelsea played on Saturday, most Chelsea fans would have been open that Chelsea lost, and the next morning they will hear that Potter has been sacked. A lot of them were not happy that Chelsea won that match. Why? Because you would have to stay. I know some were still happy that at least they won and got their 3 points, but they were not happy that they won that match because there will be an excuse for him to stay. Do you understand? So what is an average online Chelsea fans mode of communication? They are on a lot of Chelsea WhatsApp groups, a lot of Chelsea WhatsApp forums. They are on Twitter. They follow pages like Fabrizio Romano's page. I don't know. Does any of you know Fabrizio Romano?
Yes, we all know Fabrizio Romano.
Okay. Yeah, they follow pages like Fabrizio Romano's pages, David Ornstein's pages. Do you understand? So that's the example of places where they congregate. Do you understand? Okay, so let me not leave out the ladies now and guys that don't watch football. So let me use another example. I jotted down one other example here. Let me see. Okay, so let's say now an average Big Brother Naija fan. For a Big Brother Naija fan now, let's say you want to identify your customer avatar, their traits, your customer avatar that is a Big Brother Naija fan. I don't know, the ladies here, how many ladies do we have here? We have Boluwatife Edun, we have Faith Ojunugwa, we have Lois Oju. Okay, I think we have just 3 ladies. Okay, we have then we have Oluwabukola and Blessing Elizabeth. Okay, I think we have about 4. We have about 4. I want to be certain that they watch that because there's another example, and so that I won't take a lot of time. So, Boluwatife Edun.
Yes, I can hear you.
Do you watch Big Brother Naija? Or do you?
Yes, I've watched before.
Okay, you've watched before. That's good. Faith Ojunugba, do you watch it? Please mute your mic, Boluwatife. Faith Ojunugba.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you do. Lois Oju, do you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, then we have Oluwabukola, do you?
Not at all, sir.
You don't. Okay. Oyewale Blessing Elizabeth, do you?
No, sir.
No. Okay, so don't worry. I'll use another example. I have 2 examples here. I have example of Z-Word and Big Brother. Okay, so let's say an avatar. Okay, your customer avatar who watches Big Brother Naija. What is their average age? I need answers. What is their average age?
Hello,
The guys can also
Lois.
answer. Yeah, Lois Oju, go on, please.
Yeah, I'm Lois Ojo. The avatar's age should be legitimately 18 years old, 18 to about 45,
Yeah,
or
exactly.
18 to about 50.
Exactly.
And then his or her dream and desire will be to see whoever they prefer in the house win.
Exactly.
What a typical day in his life look like will be, especially when Big Brother is on, to come to watch Big Brother at least throughout the day to see what his favorite or her favorite is doing.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
And to also comment, go online and comment and try to hype what his or her favorite is doing.
Okay.
What's their preferred form of communication? Well, their preferred form of communication will be Facebook, Twitter, Facebook and Twitter, mainly Facebook and Twitter, and then Instagram. Anywhere their fan base is favorite. Maybe on Instagram they'll be following on their page. On Facebook they'll be following Big Brother. That's Big Brother's page mainly. and any other thing that has to do with his fan, because anything his favorite is doing, he wants to make sure they come out on top.
Okay.
Yes, because they do some competitions in Big Brother, like Nokia competitions. Sometimes that the fans will have to vote. So he wants to be in all of that so that his favorite or her favorite can come up on, his or her favorite can come up on top. So where do they congregate? Sometimes they congregate on WhatsApp groups. We've heard of WhatsApp group almost every platform.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, Lois, that's very good. That's a very good one. Do you understand? So their age is mostly youths. You really see older people watching Big Brother. And I know you said 18 plus because they said, okay, it's people that are 18 plus are meant to watch it. But you still see, when I was in secondary school, a lot of people used to watch it. Do you understand? You still see a lot of younger people that sneak up and to watch it. Do you understand? And as you said, their hopes and desires are to see their favorite, probably their favorite ship, go very far in the competition. What does a day in their life look like? During was it that COVID-19 period? I think that was the year that I really watched Big Brother. I never used to watch Big Brother, but wait, during COVID year was the one that Lekon did this thing now. That Lekon was in the house.
2020.
Yeah, 2020. Yeah, that was COVID year. Thank you. So that was the year that I really watched it, and I used to like the games they used to play. Do you understand? So what does a day in their life look like? They are stuck to the TV because they want to see their favorites. They want to know what is going on. They want to know who won the house game for that day and stuff like that. So what is their preferred form of communication? Twitter, any place where they can see people like them and talk about what is going on at the house at the moment. Where do they congregate? Same as what is their form of communication? They congregate online. Congregate online when there are threads. We are on Twitter, when there are threads about their favorites, whatever is going on in the house. Do you understand? So that's for identifying your customer avatar who is a Big Brother Nigeria fan. So another example I wrote here is somebody who is a Z World fan, because I knew, okay, like most of the ladies won't be able to relate with the football one, and some people don't watch Big Brother Nigeria. So I think, okay, somebody who is a Z World fan, somebody excuse me, guys. Wait, let me drink water. Okay, somebody who is a Z World fan now, who can attempt? I want a lady to attempt. Somebody who watches Z World. So if you want to identify, you want to know the traits of your customer avatar, who is a Z World fan, somebody that is crazy over Z World. Or let's not say Z World now, let's say Korean movies. I feel all the ladies here watch Korean movies, right? Who said? Okay. Let's go on. Z World, Korean movies, whichever one. I need the lady to try. Who hasn't spoken? I think Lois has spoken. Lois has spoken. I think Faith has spoken. Faith, please mute your mic. I didn't know mute your mic too. I don't think Olu Abukola and Blessing, they've not spoken. Olu Abukola and Blessing, open your mic. Or mute yourself.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, go on. Which one do you watch? Z World or Korean movies?
Mostly I watch Korean movies.
Yeah, so use the example of a Korean movie. An average Korean movie, what do they call it? Is this supporter or watch? You shall know what I'm talking about. Somebody that watches a lot of Korean movie. If you have to write to that person, what's their trait? Using all these questions to answer.
Okay.
So try.
Actually, for the avatar's age, most times is that the youths from 18 to probably to 25,
Will you say 18? Because since like secondary school, since junior class, girls in my class have been watching Korean movies.
It's true actually, but most times I think, okay, let me just give the age bracket from 15.
Okay, all right.
Yes, 15 down to maybe age 25 or 30.
Okay.
And what's their dreams and desire? Actually, they always like to download or try to check on the latest movie, because
Yeah.
one thing about Korean movies, I want to know the latest movie, the actor, those people that acted the movie, is it Go Jun Pyo, those kind of people. So they always want to be on track to know the latest movie, and
Yeah, exactly.
they always want to be, yes, updated. And what does a day in Israel life? They are they like more or less like they'll just, once they are back from school, to continue watching their movie. To me,
Yeah,
to
thank you.
like, yes, to continue even till midnight, to just continue, because the number of episodes they must complete it. They must finish the number of episodes, and
Yes.
their preferred form of communication, I think this is YouTube or Video Meet, because most times you can download and watch.
Okay.
Can download and watch. And where did you congregate? I think you can, most times you can be in their house, especially ladies talk, wants to talk about, have you watched this? Have you watched that? Have you watched this? Is among their friends. Yes.
Yeah, that's very
Thank
good.
you.
That's very good. So that's very good. So yeah, I think you guys get like how it works now, identifying your customer avatar. You just need to know, what are they doing? How are they thinking? That's the major thing. That's the summary of everything we just did now. How are they thinking? What are they thinking about? How do they behave? What do they want to achieve? Do you understand? So that when you want to start writing, you don't just write anything. You write something that they can connect to. You write something that they can relate to. You write something that when they read it, they'll be like, this person is talking to me. Do you understand? So like that's a summary of like what we just did together here. That's a summary of what we just did together. So let's go on. Let's go on from here. I'm coming, excuse me. Okay, so let's go on from here. Sorry. So guys, I want you to look at this book. I need you to look at this book. Looking at this book from the title, what do you think it is about? I need two people to answer. What do you think it is about from the title of the book?
Godwin Ezekiel speaking.
Yeah? Please, your name before you speak, please.
I said Godwin Ezekiel.
Godwin, okay, Godwin. Yeah, please. Go on.
Okay. Looking at the book of the pictures I can see on the front page here. Sorry, the cover of the book. With everything I can see here, I think this book is has to do with much romance and love story.
I can't hear you clearly. Wait, are you using earpiece or something? Are you using earpiece or AirPod?
I'm using my AirPods, sir.
Please, try and speak directly to your phone this thing. That's why you're not sounding well.
Okay, can you hear me well now, sir?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I said looking at the book, the name of the book and what I can see on the cover of this book, I think it's a romance. It has to do with romance and love.
Okay. So it has to do with romance and love. That's from Godwin. Somebody else should try.
Hello, Joseph speaking. Joseph, sir.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Joseph, say go on.
Okay, I think the book has to do with relationship tips. It has to talk about relationship.
Okay, it has to do with relationship. Someone else.
Cornelius speaking.
Cornelius, yeah, go on.
Astrological love is how it has to do with helping a person find an invisible love companion or partner. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, good attempts, guys. So looking at this other book now, who can tell me what this one is about?
Cornelius speaking again.
Okay.
How to satisfy a woman every time and leave her to beg for more. It's all about intimacy in a relationship between a man and a woman.
Okay. Somebody else? Yeah?
Looking at the book, How to Satisfy a Woman Every Time, I think the book has to talk about sexual satisfaction to women.
Okay, yeah. So that's good. So if you guys look at this particular book and this book, these two books are the same thing. And you would never believe. If you look at the woman's name, it is the same thing, Nora Eden. Then Nora Eden. So what happened? Nora Eden wrote this book in she wrote it in the, I can't remember. She wrote it in the 20th century. I can't remember the particular dates now. And she wrote this book. She struggled to sell 2,000 copies. She struggled to sell 2,000 copies in about 2 years. And she had to start giving out the remaining copies for free because she could not sell. So a New York publisher bought the book. And when he bought the book, he read through the book and he was like, the content of this book, the content in this book is very good. This book is a very good book. And what did he do? He called Nora Eden, spoke with her, and he bought the rights to the book. When he bought the rights to the book, he didn't change the content inside. He didn't do anything. The only thing he just did was he just changed the title alone. He just changed the title. And when he changed the title, this same book that struggled to sell 2,000 copies in 2 years sold over 1 million copies. Sold over 1 million copies in just this thing, in just 1 year. Who can tell me why it sold over 1 million copies in just 1 year? When the title was changed.
Cornelius speaking.
Okay. Go on, Cornelius.
Because of the title and the edit he did on the cover page, because the first impression already tells you what to get in the book and what you achieve already without even thinking twice. And most people from 18 above are really interested in making good intimate relationship with their partner. So that's why the topic is very catchy and the front cover is enticing and appealing to read more. Thank you.
Exactly. So the thing is, when you are writing a copy, this same way that Nora Eden struggled to sell a book with that title, and then the title of the book was changed and it sold over 1 million copies in just 1 year. When you are writing a copy, the most important part of writing your copy is the headline. Do you understand me? The most important part of writing your copy is the headline, just like the title. Do you understand? And the headline of your copy is the most important part of any copy you are going to write, because if the headline is not catchy, if it doesn't grab attention, like this book, if you're working, I'm coming. If you're working in a bookstore now, can this book make you stop and can this book grab your attention? I'm asking, guys.
No, sir.
Exactly. But how about this other book?
Definitely, sir.
Exactly. So that is where your headline comes to place. Showing that this is showing that your headline is the most important part of any copy you are going to write. If you cannot grab attention, I'm sure a lot of time you've scrolled online, maybe you've been scrolling online, probably you're just scrolling through maybe Twitter, TikTok, whichever social media you use, and then you're just scrolling. But you see something and you scroll back. Probably it is a video, the headline on that video is catchy, or if it is Twitter, maybe that trade, the opening tweet is very catchy, and then they ask you to keep reading, and then you open it and then you start reading. And then you just notice that you can't stop reading, not because you want to read that thing, but because you cannot stop reading. So if it's a video, you cannot stop watching the video. Why? Because every time that person is talking to you. The opening statement is very catchy, or the end of the first this thing of that trade, the first tweet in that trade is very catchy, and it grabs your attention. Do you understand? That is the power of an headline, because that's the first thing people see when they are reading your copy. I'm coming, excuse me, guys. When they are reading your copy. So, okay, so let's go on from here. So after this, I'll come back to the headline. The headline is the most important part of writing a copy. But before I proceed and show you how to write headlines, I want to teach you the 19-step structure of a Janus pre-sale. Do you understand? This company is called Janus. And, excuse me, I want to show you the 19-step structure of a Janus pre-sale. So, excuse me, guys, I'm coming. Oh, sorry, guys, can you see my screen?
Yes,
yes, I can see.
Okay, let's go on. So sorry, before I teach you the 19-step structure of writing a Janus pre-sale, I forgot I was meant to show you this slide of identifying your Janus customer avatar. So I showed you earlier on how you can identify your customer avatar. You understand? And I used the example of an average football fan. I used the example of an average Big Brother Niger fan. And I used the example of an average Korean movie fan. And okay, yeah, that was where we stopped. Okay, so now you need to be able to identify a Janus customer avatar before you can write a copy for Janus. Do you understand? So these are the questions you need answered when you want to write to a Janus customer avatar. So for example, now, at the moment, we sell 3 products. We sell one for high blood pressure. We sell one for arthritis. I don't know if you guys know what arthritis is. Do you know what arthritis is? Joint pains generally. We sell one for high blood pressure. We sell one for arthritis, which is joint pains, and we sell one for diabetes. So does anyone want to attempt answering all these questions based on any of those this thing I've said? Okay, so let's say high blood pressure, for example. Does anyone want to attempt before I go on?
Yeah, Cornelius speaking.
Okay, Cornelius, go on.
I think the age group for people suffering, that's the question, right?
Yes, someone suffering from your customer avatar, like somebody with high blood pressure, what their traits, answering using these questions to answer this thing.
Okay, this question is playing on the screen, right?
Yes, exactly. You know, I taught you how to identify your customer avatar generally, but this is for Janus now, and this is for someone with high blood pressure. So go on and try.
What pain are they going through now? They are experiencing severe headaches, weakness of the body, most times stress and fatigue.
Okay.
Yeah. So what has the pay cost them? Low productivity rate. They cannot achieve what is expected of them.
Okay.
So what have they used trying to get rid of their pain? Normally they take normal tablets or just visit nearby pharmacy or store to try and get something that will ease the pain without curing it.
Okay.
So making them to go back constantly to that tab. So what have they let go of trying to get rid of their pain? Some people, in some cases, they've gotten rid of some excessive habits that affect their health generally.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Excessive what?
Habits
okay,
or lifestyle.
Okay.
Yeah, in some cases, some might quit smoking, some might also.
Please mute your mic if you are not speaking. Mayowa, mute your mic. Let me mute you from my end. Okay, he has muted himself. Go on.
So they said, how has the pain affected their lifestyle? Normally, a person suffering from high blood pressure will not be able to do strenuous exercises or walks because any increase in activity will increase the blood flow or blood circulation in the body, and with this, it can lead to partial stroke or cardiac arrest.
Okay, yeah, that's good.
So, what is their desire and what do they wish for? They wish to live a normal, healthy life. They wish to do exercise that a normal person can do. And some people, once that high blood pressure reaches severe case, even to walk, that's in the case of stroke. Let's say it has gotten to that extent. In the case of stroke or paralysis, what they wish for is to become normal and be able to do things on their own. Okay, so most times, where do they congregate? Most times they congregate in the hospitals or places where they can get solutions to their problem. That's literally
Yeah, that's good.
And what is their age? In most times the age range, if not for new cases now, but for blood pressure, the age range starts from 30, 35 down to even death. Let's say 80, 90, 100.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's very good. That's very good. So we won't take time. Let me just also give this thing. So identifying a customer avatar now, you want to write a copy to somebody that has high blood pressure. But then you can't just start writing. You need to understand them. Do you understand? You need to be able to know what they are going through physically, mentally, the pain they are going through, what it's costing them and everything. Okay, so answering the first question now, what pain are they going through? Do you understand? They are going through, they are scared that they are going to die and leave their family behind. The thought of that alone is causing mental pain. Do you understand? Most times, people are not so worried about the physical pain. They might have chest pain, severe chest pain, and tightness in their chest once in a while, but most times they are not so much worried about that. What they are worried about is they are worried about that too, but they are worried about what that can cause. Do you understand? So they are worried that they might die and leave their family behind. Do you understand? But talking about the physical pain they are going through now, constant tightness of their chest. They are constantly fatigued. They are scared. They can't perform some physical exercises. Cornelius said they'll be at risk of a heart attack or cardiac arrest. They are scared that they will leave their wife, their husband, their kids behind. Do you understand them emotionally? Yes. In the sense that somebody with high blood pressure now, they cannot live a normal life. They cannot live it. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody with high blood pressure now, they cannot live a normal life. Do you understand? They can't just eat anything. So if they go to parties, if they serve food, they cannot just eat it. Why? Because just one plate of rice that is very seasoned. Mute your mic. Who is that? Okay. Just one plate of maybe well-seasoned jollof rice that they eat now, or anything they serve in the party, this thing has already shot up again. Do you understand? And they are already at the risk of a heart attack, or even though they are not at the risk of a heart attack, their blood pressure will rise again. Do you understand? They are constantly checking their BP. Do you understand? That alone is enough stress. Every day they are checking maybe like twice. Do you understand? That alone is enough stress. So maybe when they check and it rises, they'll be like, maybe it's because I've eaten a little salt today. Maybe it's because I did this today. Maybe because I did that today. Do you understand? So that's part of what the pain has caused them. So what have they used trying to get rid of the pain? A lot of them have used medicines like amlodipine. They've used a lot of medicines to get rid of their high blood pressure. They've used several concussions, all these teas, that older people use to that they tell them that they claim cures high blood pressure. Do you understand? So they've used a lot of all those agbo, concussion, pills, teas, and everything, but still, they still have the high blood pressure. They are still battling with it. What have they let go of trying to get rid of the pain? As I said earlier, a lot of them have let go of eating their favorite food. A lot of them, they eat, you can't put salt in their food. You can't put Maggi in their food. Do you understand? So they can't even eat tasty food because they have high blood pressure. And they are scared that it will even their blood pressure will shoot up the more. How has the pain affected their lifestyle? They can't do physical activities as much as they used to. They can't eat what they want to. Do you understand? What is their desire and what do they wish for? They want to have a normal life. They don't want to worry about their blood pressure. They don't want to worry about having a cardiac arrest and dying at any point and just falling and dying. Do you understand? Where do they congregate? As Cornelius said, they congregate where they can get solutions. Do you understand? But that's not the only this thing here. Since their age is from like 30 downward, you can find them anywhere. Anybody you can find someone of that age bracket, you can find them anywhere. That means you can find them at their places of work, in churches, in mosque, in as long as they're human being. So that means they congregate everywhere. Do you guys understand?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's it. So let's say for diabetes now, somebody should attempt for diabetes. For diabetes, somebody aside Cornelius should attempt answering that.
Hello, Godwin is Zuko speaking.
So what did you say?
I said Godwin is Zuko speaking, sir.
Okay, yeah, please go on, Godwin.
You said for diabetic patients, right?
Yes.
Okay, the number one is what pain are they going through? I have had experience with a diabetic patient before, not that I'm a doctor, but I know a person who went through diabetes. He often complained that sometimes he has
are you also using an earpiece?
No, I'm not using an earpiece. I'm no longer using an earpiece, sir.
You know what? Leave and join back. Yes? Leave and join back. Leave the meeting and join back. Leave the meeting and join back. Has he joined back? Godwin? Why has he not joined back? Coming. Godwin, please join with your audio. Yeah, so go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. I said I have had experience with a diabetic patient before. A guy.
Okay.
He often complain about sometimes. I don't know if it's true though. He complain about pain whenever he's urinating. I don't know if that's true.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay. Let's say pain and urinating. Then number two, what has the pain caused them? Yes, the stress of having pain during urinating is very very excruciating. You know, imagine trying to urinate and it comes out and you feel pain during the urinary tract. It's very very painful to them. Yes, and number three, what have they used? They're trying to get rid of their pain. This guy has used a lot of things, both English medicine, herbal medicine, a lot of things, but I believe nothing really gave him what he was looking for.
Okay.
And let's say the thing they had to let go of to get rid of their pain. Yes, he had to let go of a lot of things, like the things he ate. He reduced a lot of things. There are so many things they asked him not to eat. I know how that can be to someone
Please
like
give
a healthy young
examples.
man.
It's important that you give examples.
Okay, he can't eat some oily foods. Like he has to avoid a lot of oily foods, fried things, according to what they told him. He can't eat those things, and also rice. Rice is out of the equation. He can't eat rice. Starchy foods, they're out of the equation. He can't really consume them.
That's a good one.
Okay, then how has the pain affected their lifestyle? In many ways, physically, they can't do much physical work. They are easily tired. You know, they can't engage in so many activities. They're mostly reserved and like they want to do it, but merely the thoughts of the after effects of what will happen if they try to engage, they must just sit down and watch, and it's really really not good. It causes kind of a depression to some people.
Yes.
Okay. The next one, their desire. What do they wish for? That is a very simple answer, because anyone who is sick is design. You're designed to be better. You're designed like, what will I take? What will I do next that will make me healthy again? For me to engage in things that I have not been doing for a very long time. So I believe their desire is to be well again. Then, where do they congregate? Okay, if I should add to this, sometime my mentor back in school, before I graduated, he hosted a seminar for diabetic patients. Sometimes they go there to
are you a
ask
medical
questions
student?
on how.
You're a medical student, right?
No, I'm not a medical student. I'm an art student, but I kind of, anything I see, I put my interest in. I try to understand.
Okay, that's good. Continue.
Okay. Where do they congregate? Are they like they go and engage in seminars, not both online and even offline, face to face? They consult people who have gone through such a thing and come, like people who have been diabetic patients before and they managed to get cured, and they consult those people to ask them how they handled their situation when it happened to them, and what is their age. This is, I don't really know, but if I should say, I have seen a 10-year-old who is a diabetic, and it's not that he takes too much sugar, but I really didn't know the cause. So I would say their age.
It might be genetic.
Yes. Sir?
Okay. I said it might be genetic.
Yes, very well, very, very, very. Yes, that's true, sir.
Go on.
Their age, like that's the last thing I'm seeing here, their age. So I believe, just let's say, like you said, sir, genetics can be the cause, but I don't believe it comes at a certain age. I just believe let's say sometimes they say too much sugar causes diabetes. I don't know if that is true, sir. Like I have not confirmed.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay, I'll put that in my memory then. So let's say too much intake of sugar causes diabetes. No, for a young man like me, I have to reduce the amount of sugar I take, so I will not be a diabetic patient in the future.
Wait, not necessarily. Let me tell you, not necessarily sugar. The thing is, anything that has sugar in it.
Okay.
Starchy food now, they have sugar.
Yes,
they have sugar. Yes. That's why they tell them not to eat sugar.
Okay.
Some people tell you they don't take sugar, but they drink a lot of soft drink. That's still sugar.
Okay.
You get?
Okay.
So that's one of the major causes. Go on, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, go on, go on.
What else am I going to say? I'm lost.
Their age. You've not mentioned their age.
Okay, I mentioned. Okay, I said I've seen a young boy, should I say, a boy who is diabetic. I believe most times the ones I've seen, what I've read online, I believe diabetes comes to some people from, if not genetically, if not from the gene, it comes from like the age of, let's say, from, should I say 40, if I should ask, or like it's just, I'm not really sure about this. So let's just say I say from the age of 40, if it's a very big if there, sir.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So nice one, Godwin. Well done. So that's good. That's a very good one from Godwin. That's very good breakdown. So one thing about their ages, a lot of people have diabetes before. Okay, let me not say they have diabetes. They have high blood sugar even before the age when their diabetes start manifesting. It's not just something that starts in a year. It compounds over years.
Okay.
So you will probably have had high blood sugar for a long time till it compounded into diabetes. Do you understand? So maybe their diabetes started manifesting at 35. So if I'm to give generally, I would say from age 30 downward. Do you understand? But mostly the people that suffer it the most are people that are already in their 40s and downward. Do you understand? So that's a very good one.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. So if I'm to answer this now, a diabetes patient, Godwin gave us example of someone that struggles with urination. But let me use someone now, a diabetes patient that has problem with their sexual performance. Do you understand? So the pain the person is going through is the pain of he can't perform. Do you understand me? He can't perform with his partner. Number one pain, he can't perform. Number two, he can't perform with his partner. His partner is unsatisfied. What does the pain cause them? They are scared that the person is scared that his partner might leave him for another person. His partner might be seeing another person outside, that the partner will start nagging. Do you understand? And they are feeling less of a man. Do you understand? That's what the diabetes has caused them. What have they used trying to get rid of the pain? Okay, somebody now that can't perform, a lot of them have diabetes. Cornelius, why are you raising your hand? If you don't have anything to say, please drop your hands. Do you have something to say?
I have a question to ask.
Okay, go on.
So this first, what pain are they going through? Are we talking of emotional pain in this one, or
emotional and okay? Let me just put it like this. Okay, what pain are they going through? Let this first one, physical pain. What has the pain caused them emotionally? Do you get? Okay. So let's leave it that way. So let me just edit it so you guys know. So what pain are they going through physically? Let me leave it that way. What has the pain caused them psychologically? Yeah, so it is better this way. Okay, so yeah, so where did I stop? Someone should remind me where I stopped.
I think the third line, what they are trying to get rid of.
Okay. What have they used trying to get rid of their pain? Okay, so the thing is, a lot of these men that can't perform and they have diabetes, a lot of them don't even know the problem is diabetes. First of all, it's just very few that know. So some of them will be using all these manpower drinks, all these somebody should give me I'm coming. Somebody should give me an example of one of these manpower drinks. All these
Agbo.
No. Agbo is like local concoction. Like, there are all these packaged small bottle manpower drinks. That most of them are only something bitters, blah blah blah.
Alomo bitters.
Yeah, Alomo bitters.
Yeah, Captain Jack.
Yeah,
Captain Jack.
No, Yo-Yo bitters is not really for performance. Captain Jack is not really for performance. They use all these Alomo bitters. Thank you. You shall see all these bitters, all these Babeje bitters. Oga, abeg, don't do. If you go to Google, you see a lot of all these systems because I write copies around that. So I've seen a lot of funny bitters like that. So they've used a lot of all those things. Some of them have used Viagras. Some of them have used delay creams. The major problem, under what the pain has caused them physically too, another problem is they always ejaculate quick. That's they always come quick. Do you understand? So they want to last longer when they are performing. And a lot of them suffer from weak erection. So they want to have strong erection. They want to last longer when they are performing. Do you understand? So that is why they use all those things. Do you understand? So they use delay creams, they use all those Alomo bitters, all those kind of bitters. They use several Agbo concoctions. And truly, some of those things work. Do you get me, guys? Truly, some of those things work. But over time, people that are using those things, one common challenge who can tell me one common challenge they have rather, people that use those things?
Kidney or lungs dysfunction or the
Exactly. God bless you. But something that is much more instant. That's good. But something that is much more instant that would take that kidney and lungs problem, like it does not take it takes a little longer to manifest. But something that is much more instant. Okay, let me just go on and answer that. Okay, so the thing is, they use them. A lot of those things don't work, but some of them actually work. But the thing is, because these things, they don't treat the root cause of the problem, which is their diabetes. So at the end of the day, they use those things work temporarily, but still, they are still battling with that problem. Do you understand? So at the end of the day, they cannot maintain an erection without using all those concussions. So those concussions only give temporal and instant, they only give temporal cure and instant cure, but it is not long lasting. Do you understand? So what have they let go of trying to get rid of the pain? They've let go of some of them that know that it is diabetes that is affecting them. They've let go of eating sugar, drinking alcohol, drinking alcohol. Let me see, what else? Eating sugar, drinking alcohol. Some of them, they don't eat sugary things. They don't drink soft drinks, all those kind of things. How has the pain affected their lifestyle? As I said, they cannot perform. Any man that cannot perform does not feel like a man with his partner. Do you understand? That is how the pain has affected his lifestyle. Pain of someone that is struggling with diabetes and cannot perform with his wife. He's constantly living with the fear of his wife being satisfied with another man, and that is enough for him to be worried. So what is their desire? This one is always direct. They want to be cured. Do you understand? The ones that know it is diabetes affecting them, they want to get rid of their diabetes and they want to improve their performance. The ones that don't know, they want to improve their performance. Where do they congregate? Wherever they are telling them that they can get a solution around this thing. So if you see an influencer that is posting about poor performance and everything, you see a lot of them in the comment section. You see a lot of them on seminars, forums, groups that talk about all those things. Do you understand? What is their age? Most of all these men are always in their 30s downwards. Do you understand? You rarely see men from this thing. And I know there are some, but majority are always from 30s downward. Do you guys understand? So this is how you can identify your customer avatar for someone that has diabetes. Do you get? So for our last products now, that's for arthritis. I want someone to attempt that. Arthritis, that's severe joint pains. Somebody should attempt that for arthritis. Someone should try that, please. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, Colac bitters. Thank you. I just saw this Colac bitters. That's another popular one I see. So yeah, so who wants to attempt for arthritis? Okay, Muibi Adewale. You want to try? Muibi Adewale. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well, sir.
Yeah, we can.
Somebody should try. Somebody aside Godwin, the people that have been speaking this morning, Godwin, Cornelius, and Joseph will say somebody else should try aside them. Somebody else. You guys are 19. Or I think 18. You guys are 18. Somebody else should try. What's wrong now? Let me call him.
Okay, can I try?
Yeah, sure. Go on. Blood fed. Go on.
Okay. So arthritis, you said is joint pain.
Joint pains, yeah.
Okay, so what pain are they going through physically? So the pain they are going through is obviously the joint pain. Maybe they're supposed to be walking, you cannot walk well. While you're walking, you feel the pain. So that's the pain they feel physically.
Okay.
So what has the pain caused them psychologically? Might be maybe, for example, let's say a guy that likes playing football.
Yes.
So he might not be able to perform well, might not be able to even go to the field to play. So it might affect him physically, like, okay, what I feel like doing, what I like doing, I cannot even do it well. It might even cause depression.
Okay.
So what have they used trying to get rid of the pain? Of course, they would have tried different drugs, whether medicine or herbal products, and it did not work.
There's something else you are not mentioning that is very popular, very common.
About what they used?
Yeah.
What they used and is popular.
They use balms.
Things
like Aboniki,
Okay. That's true.
Exactly. Spray too. That's like the major one said before drug.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe they've tried to use balm too. Okay. And it did not really work.
Yeah.
And then what they have let go of trying to get rid of their pain, they might have spent a lot of money, and then the example I use, maybe a footballer might have let go of their dream or desire.
Okay.
So, and then how has the pain affected their lifestyle? Still on the same example I'm using, might be somebody that likes going out, like an outgoing person, and then because of the pain, they cannot go anywhere. They have to, maybe an extrovert that will become an introvert because of that pain.
Okay.
So their desire, what do they wish for? They wish for the pain to go. They want the pain to go, to become their normal self again. And then where do they congregate? Wherever they can find solution to their problem.
Yes.
And then the age. Can say all age brackets, it can happen to anybody.
Not really, but nice attempt anyways. Nice attempts. Well done. Is that Blessing?
No, Boluwatife.
Okay, well done, Boluwatife. So, okay, so let me, for arthritis now, first of all, arthritis may mostly affect older people. Do you understand? Aged people, like grandmas, grandpas, people in their 50s, 60s, this thing. Do you understand? That's why you see them using walking stick. They're having severe back pain. When they want to sit down, they struggle to sit down, they struggle to get up. They need help of people to get up. Do you understand? They struggle to cross road. Do you get? So majorly it is older people. Everybody has joint pains. Do you understand? But joint pains can just be minor joint pains. But arthritis is constant severe joint pains for years. Do you understand? So what pain are they going through physically? That's the pain of their joint pain. Might be majorly their back. So what has the pain caused them psychologically? They want to feel youthful like they were before. They cannot, probably their grandkids visit them, they can't even play with them like that because they are constantly in pain. Are you getting me, guys? They are constantly in pain. They just want to work out, especially majorly all these grandmas, mostly women that suffer from arthritis. Probably they just want to come out of their house and this thing and buy something. They cannot because they are in severe pain. So they will have to start calling one child in their area, blah, blah, blah. Why? Because a lot of their children are already married, blah, 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 and they are in their hometown or their village living. You get, the place I served was a village, and a lot of the older people there, they were suffering from arthritis. Do you get? So they will start feeling like they are a liability to people. So that's part of what the pain has caused them psychologically. What have they used trying to get rid of the pain? They've used things like Aboniki, rub, but they notice that this thing is still affecting them. Do you understand? They use Aboniki rub, they get temporary relief, but then the pain continues. So they start using painkillers. But still those things don't work. That's part of what they use. They also use agbo, concussions. What have they let go of trying to get rid of the pain? They tell people that are suffering from arthritis, like, to try as much as possible not to strain their joints. Do you understand? So they cannot even take walks. They cannot take walks, and even aside that, they cannot sit somewhere for too long, but they are forced to. So that's part of what they've let go of, trying to get rid of the pain. So how has the pain affected their lifestyle? There was this particular time that does anybody stay in Ibadan here? Does anybody stay in Ibadan? Anybody? Okay, so in front, I attended UI. You want to cross, most time, like you try and rush and cross if there's no road safety because those guys close in the evening. So that particular day, I wanted to cross. There was this old man too. Okay, no. He could not cross. At the end of the day, cross the road. Do you understand? So imagine that you affect their lifestyle. They cannot climb staircase. That is why they tell people living in houses with a lot of staircase. Why? Because they might develop arthritis, and at the end of the day, they will not even be able to move around in their house. And that's the case even for people that don't have a lot of staircases. They can't even move around in their house. Do you understand? So what is their desire? What do they wish for? They want to be cured of the pain, as simple as that. They want to be cured of the pain. They want to live their life as they were before. They want their grandchildren to visit them and for them to play with them like like they were still in their youth. Do you understand? I'm majorly using older people now because those are most of the people that have arthritis. Although tampons once solutions. As I was saying earlier, Ubulango village. They will gather to all this without talking about if you have joint pain, your back is paining you, blah blah blah. You see all those old people gathered there, listening to the man, asking the man questions, buying his stuff. Do you understand? So you can find them in places like that, wherever potentially get solutions. So what is older people there or doing? In some rare cases, you have younger set of people. Are you guys following? Can you hear me?
Yes, we are following.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So yeah. Okay. So this is how you can identify your Janus customer avatar. So using this structure, if you can answer all these questions, you've already identified your customer avatar in Janus. So what is left now is for you to start writing your copies after you've identified your customer avatar. You now use what you've identified. What is left now is like for you to start writing your copies. But before you can write your copy, before you can have this question answered, before you can have these questions answered, it is not every time you know them often. It's not every time. Sometimes you want to write and you don't know the pains they are going through. You don't know where they congregate. You don't know how the pain has affected their lifestyle. So one way that you can one way excuse me guys, let me drink water please.
Sorry.
Okay, so one way you can get the answer to all these questions, even though you don't know the answers, is by using all this, by using these platforms. Do you understand? So where can you get these questions answered? These questions like what pain are they going through physically? What has pain caused them psychologically? What have they used trying to get rid of the pain? What have they let go of? And every other question here. These are some platforms where you can get those questions answered. Do you understand? Okay, so let's say you want to write something, you want to write a copy for someone with high blood pressure now, you don't know the pain they are going through, you don't know anything. You can start using some of these platforms. So some of these platforms are Google, Quora, Reddit, Nairaland, YouTube, Facebook forums and group, influencers, comment sections, live events, and listening to your audience. So let me use Google for example now. So excuse me, guys. Let me use Google for example. Let me show you an example. So let's say I want to write a copy for someone with high blood pressure, and I want to have the first question answered. What pain is the person going through physically? So I can come to Google and ask Google. Wait, I can come to Google and ask Google. I can come to Google and ask Google. Physical pain. Are you guys following? Physical pain.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, physical pain.
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay, all right. Physical pain and individual with high blood pressure, constantly battles with let me see one that looks catchy. High blood pressure symptoms and what does high blood pressure do to your body? Okay, let me see this. Coming. Can you see? See, okay. Right, see, we've not even gone far. You're already seeing pains. Let me highlight it for you guys. Can you guys see this?
Yes. Yes, I can see.
Irregular heartbeat.
Yeah, we can see, sir.
Yeah. Irregular heartbeat, chest pain, heart attack. Do you understand? That's part of the physical pain that they go through. Do you understand how it affects their heart? So, high blood pressure can lead to stroke. This is also an example. See, why is this not highlighting? I think this website. Oh, okay. Sorry. Let me highlight this. See, it can cause stroke. Do you understand? This is also another physical pain. It can reduce supply to your brain. It can lessen blood supply to the brain. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Meaning, yes, what if blood supply? If blood supply is lessened to the brain, what will it cause? Somebody should answer.
Sorry, question again.
It will give kind of severe headache by just 7 seconds.
Sorry,
yeah. Wait, before you ask your question, I need this question answered first, before you ask your question.
Yeah, I want to hear your own question. That was what I'm asking.
Okay. The question again. I said, like, I highlighted this. Look at what I highlighted. When I search, okay, what can high blood pressure cause physically? Google brought for me that it can lessen blood supply to the brain. So if blood supply to an individual brain is lessened, what can it cause?
I think it can cause depression, sir.
No. Somebody else should try.
It can cause dementia. This Bukola.
Exactly. Can cause oh, you saw it here. But then you're right anyways.
I know it, I know it.
Okay. Can cause dementia, memory loss.
It can also cause cell malfunction, sir.
Yeah, but what does cell malfunction cause?
Like the brain cells, when it malfunctions, you can't really think straight. Sometimes you are thinking of points. You don't know what you're doing.
That's what leads to dementia, and that's from the cell.
No. I get what he's saying. Dementia is memory loss. But aside that, you just become unnecessarily slow. That's why you see a lot of all these other people are slow. It takes time for them to process things. Why? Because they have high blood pressure and it has affected blood flow to their brain. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Another example again, it can cause erection loss in men because it affects blood flow to the penis too. Do you understand? So there are several examples. These are just some that Google has brought. So I'm just trying to show you how this thing, physical pains it can cause. I don't want us to dwell so much here because we'll take ages if we start answering everything. So you can also use Quora. I don't know if you guys know Quora Reddit Nairaland.
Yes, Quora. I know Quora.
Yes, one good thing about Quora Reddit and Nairaland is it is individuals that are coming to share their own personal experience. So it will even be better than Google. It will be better than Google. People will tell you how it affected their own life personally. You get like a personal story. So it will help you connect more to your audience. Do you understand me? So somebody can come now and say, my dad started having memory loss, this thing, and we did not know that it was high blood pressure, blah, blah, blah. You see like that human touch. Do you understand? You can use Facebook, YouTube too. YouTube is just like a search engine, like this thing, like Google. You can use YouTube a lot. You see a lot of, you can just search like individuals' experiences with high blood pressure. See some people talk about their story and all, blah, blah, blah. Facebook forums and group. This one is like a good mind. Facebook forums and group. You see, that group might be for people with high blood pressure. You see people tracking their high blood pressure daily, talking about their experiences, how it is affecting them. You see people trying to encourage them. You see how they think. Do you understand? One thing is, you need to be around your audience to understand them better. Do you understand me? So influencers comment sections is also good. Let's say, do you guys know this popular Nigerian doctor, Aproko Doctor?
Yes, sir. Yes, no, Aproko Doctor.
Yeah, Aproko Doctor on Twitter. So, for example, let's say Aproko Doctor shares something about how drinking Gary can cause loss of vision. Do you understand? Or poor eyesight or poor vision, or whatever. If you go to the comment section, aside the people that are just trying to catch cruise, you feel real individuals that are asking questions, sincere questions. Do you understand? So when you'll be able to understand them better. When you are writing your own copy, you'll be able to answer that question in their copy. So you might see someone that is asking a question like, what if you're a broke Nigerian student and you don't have money to buy any other thing aside Gary? Do you understand? So when you are writing your own copy, you'll be like, okay, this thing I'm selling to you, this, okay, let's say you are selling a meal plan now. You say, this meal plan, you don't even need to have so much money. That same money you're using to buy Gary, you can use to buy this meal plan, and your eyesight, and you will not, without ruining your eyesight. Do you understand? So if you go to all these influencers, doctors, if a doctor comes out and shares something about cancer, you see people living with cancer asking genuine questions, saying their own experiences too. So that's another way to understand your customer avatar. The live events like seminars, and listening to your audience. So this listening to your audience is also very good. See, if I should rank this personally, this listening to your audience is like number one for me. Why? Because listening to your audience is like, let's say you just sit down with somebody with high blood pressure, and I'm sorry to say, like, for example, some of our parents now, they have high blood pressure. I'm not saying they're at risk of death or anything. You see them that they are not eating Maggi, they are not eating salt. Have you guys noticed? They'll tell you that don't put Maggi inside my food, don't put salt. And you'll be like, that will just be eating tasteless food. Do you understand? So when you listen to your audience, you see the reason why. They'll tell you that if you put Maggi inside my food to make my BP rise. Do you understand? So listen to your audience is like the best way. They will tell you everything. But the challenge with listening to your audience and live events is that even though they're a good mind, they are not so easy to come across, like using all these Quora, Reddit, Nairaland. Do you understand? So if I'm to rank this personally for my personal favorite, I'll put listening to your audience as number one. Listening to your audience as number one. Live events. Listening to your audience and live events as number one. And then I'll put Facebook forums and group where people share their own personal experience as number two. Influencers comment section as number three, before I now start ranking all these other Quora, Reddit, and everything. Although these ones, the thing is, you can search for what you want and find them. The challenges with these three below is, sorry, let me highlight them for you. The challenges with these three below is you cannot just search for what you want and find them. You get, but whatever you find will be so good, because people are talking from their own personal experiences. Do you get? Okay, so this is some platform where you can get these questions. Don't forget these questions that I showed you. These are some platforms or some places where you can get the question answered. So when you get these questions answered, when you've used these platforms to answer the questions, what is left then? What is left then? What is left is for you to start writing your copy. And to be able to write your copy, one thing about writing a copy is not just you waking up and just writing anything. A copy is not just you waking up and just writing anything. No, there's like a building block. There's like a structure you can follow. You understand? And once you follow that structure, you'll be able to come up with something good. Do you understand? It is important to follow that structure, because you want to transition in a way that you carry your audience from the beginning of the copy to the end, with them engaging and doing and taking whatever action you want them to take. So let's go on. Okay. So that's what leads us to the 19-step structure of his Janice pre-sale. Do you understand? So once you know this structure, once you know this building block, you can write a pre-sale for be it arthritis, be it high blood pressure, be it diabetes. The good thing is you can also even use it for a lot of other things. Do you get? But since we are talking about Janice here, let me show you that we're talking about Janice here. You can use it to write a pre-sale copy for any of those three, for any of the products under those three would I call them diseases or conditions? Let me just call them conditions. So first thing first, when you're writing it, okay, come in. Okay. So first thing first, when you're writing a Janice pre-sale, is number one thing is you need a catchy headline. Do you understand me? You need a catchy headline. Let me show you an example. You need a catchy headline, but since I'm not teaching you headlines yet, I'll still come back to that. I just want to teach you the structure of writing a pre-sale. Since I'm not teaching you headline yet, the first step you'll be taking this time around is a short introduction. A short introduction, then how the person in your pre-sale found out that they had the illness or condition. Do you understand? Symptoms and earlier signs they had, then other solutions they've used that didn't work. Do you get? So how they've used a common solution, retailing how the symptoms got worse, the feeling of giving up and hopelessness. Then you now start bringing in the solutions gradually. Are you guys still with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yeah, well, with you, sir.
Yeah, well, with you. Start bringing in the solution gradually. And the solution, they will learn about the solution in a video. Do you understand? What you just do in Janice is you write your pre-sale. There's already a video sales script, a video they will go and watch that will convince them to buy. Do you get? That will do like the selling. Your job in your pre-sale is to just write your pre-sale and convince them to go and watch the video. Do you understand? So gradually bringing in the solution is talking about the video they will go and watch, where they will learn about a solution that will change their arthritis story, diabetes story, high blood pressure story, whichever it is in the particular one you're writing about. So when the when the person in your pre-sale that you're talking about, when you've brought in the solution gradually, like people just don't believe it's like that. Do you understand? You can't just introduce a solution to someone and they'll just believe. So they'll first show doubt. Do you understand? They'll show doubt that will this thing work like this, blah, blah, blah. No, do you understand? But so introducing the unique solution, you can still group this under okay, yeah. So you can still, these two can still be under the same place. So after you gradually brought in the solution, so you introduce the unique solution, then then assurance. I will show you examples of pre-sale that I've written using this structure. Then assurance, that probably the person that showed them the video assured them that it is going to work, but they were still in doubt. Then they started implementing the solution or the method they learned about in the video. Then they started feeling better gradually. Then they went for a test to get reassurance. Then they got results that they were feeling better. The person got results that was feeling better. So the person wants to spread the good news now. Then the person got back what he lost due to the illness. Then the person is grateful and wanting to share the goodness with every patient out there. That's everybody suffering from the condition. Then call to action. Your call to action is like you telling them to also go and watch that video. So let me just do like a brief example, then I'll show you pre-sales I've written using this method. So a short introduction. Let's say, for example, the man's name is let me see. The man's name is Mr. Olaoluwa. So you be like, hello, my name is Mr. Olaoluwa, number one. So how we found out he had the illness? So you might be like, I've been battling with joint pains for about 5 years now, but I never really took it serious until it started affecting me so much that I struggled to walk. I began using other solutions they've tried. Are you guys following?
Yes,
Yes,
like,
sir.
Yeah. So on other solutions they've used that didn't work, I began using Rob Abuniki and a lot of balms to relieve myself of these joint pains. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm coming. These two, you can group them together. Sorry, I'm coming. Let me highlight from here. So other solutions they've used that didn't work. So I began using Rob Abunike and balms to relieve myself of these joint pains, but they didn't seem to work. My joint pains were only worsening. Can you see as I'm highlighting it before you? My joint pains were only worsening, and my joint pains were only worsening, especially at my knee. It was so bad that I had to start using a walking stick. Do you understand? I had tried everything, used Agbo. This is going back to other solutions they've used. I had tried everything. I had used Agbo, used painkillers and everything, but none of this worked. I was already frustrated and tired until I saw a video online one particular day. This video talked about a solution that can completely reverse, let's say, okay, it is arthritis, that can completely reverse arthritis in 90 days or less. I had my doubts. I didn't believe it. I felt this was just one of those lies. I felt this was one of those lies where they will tell you to watch their video and sell you a rubbish concussion that wouldn't work again. But I'm coming. But under assurance now. But the video was so convincing that I gave the method I learned a try, or the solution I used a try. Do you understand? So under more doubts now. When I began using the solution, for about the first 2 weeks, I didn't see any change. I was still living with severe joint pain, and I was still struggling to walk around. Do you understand? But under feeling better gradually. But around the 4th week of usage, I noticed that my joint pains had reduced, and I necessarily did not need to use my walking stick if I was not walking for a long distance. Do you understand? You want to make it as realistic as possible, because you don't just want to say, I used the solution or I used the method I learned about in the video and my life just changed and everything worked. No, you have to show that it takes time for our drugs to work. Most times it takes like 90 days, full 90 days for people to be completely free of whatever condition they're passing through. So under feeling better gradually, I noticed that I necessarily did not need to walk with walking stick, especially if I was walking for a short distance. So I continued using the method, or I continued practicing the method or solution I learned about in the video. And okay, this time around, there's no need going for tests for reassurance. Do you understand? One thing about this structure is you have to be flexible with it. Somebody that has arthritis and is no longer battling with joint pain, they already know that they are no longer battling with joint pain. There's no cause going to the medical center. If it was diabetes or high blood pressure, you need to go to the medical center to run tests. Someone with diabetes will probably go to the medical center to get their blood sample taken and check whether their blood sugar level has gone down. Somebody with high blood pressure will most likely go to the medical center and check their blood pressure reading and see that it has come down. But for arthritis, you just know that you're no longer battling with pain. So after feeling better gradually, so I stopped at the part where he said he noticed that he necessarily no need to work with his walking stick. So you can now be like, I was really glad that this method I learned about in the video was working. So I kept on practicing it. And after about 3 months of usage, or after about 90 days of usage, I was completely free of any form of joint pain. Do you understand? Okay, that's under got the results, and it was finally feeling better. Do you understand? Okay, so I'm finally free of every form of joint pains. I can climb staircases now, and I don't really need help. And I don't need help like walking around. In fact, I've even gotten rid of my walking stick. This is another what he lost back due to the illness. Do you understand? So feeling grateful, I want to share the good news to every other patient. So under feeling grateful now, so you can be like, I'm so glad I came across this solution. I'm so glad I came across this solution. I'm so glad I came across this solution. And because of this, I also want to share it with you. If you are battling with joint pains, click the link below to watch the video that changed my arthritis story. Do you understand? Or my joint pains, whichever one. So, did you guys get that?
Yes, sir. We can get it.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, so let's go on now. Let me now show you examples of pre-sales. Examples of pre-sales that I've written. Okay, should we start with arthritis? Which one should we start with? High blood pressure, diabetes, or arthritis?
High blood pressure, sir.
Okay, let's start with
high blood pressure.
Arthritis.
Why is it not? Coming, guys. Okay, so this is one pre-sale this is one pre-sale I wrote for using this is one pre-sale I wrote using the 19-step structure, one pre-sale for high blood pressure. And this pre-sale has brought in over 200 orders. Even more than my first month it brought over 100. This pre-sale has brought over 200 orders. Yeah, it has brought in over 200 orders. I'm not sure how many orders it has brought in, but I'm very certain it has brought in over 200 orders. And I wrote it using that 19-step structure. So I've not taught you headlines yet, but let us come down here and let me show you how the 19 steps, how I use the 19-step structure to write this pre-sale. This is high blood pressure pre-sale. So I'm going to show you one for each. This is for high blood pressure. I'm going to show you diabetes and arthritis after on. So a catchy headline. So first of all, guys, even though I've not taught you headline, I want you guys to look at this headline. Where is the pre-sale? I want you guys to look at this headline. Is it catchy enough?
Godwin Ezechiel speaking.
Yeah, go on, Godwin.
Okay, I believe it is catchy because if, let's say, like you said, in 2019, during my daughter's matriculation, I almost lost the battle to high BP. This is my story. I should say I almost lost the battle to high BP is the thing that will attract people, because he almost like losing his life, but he didn't lose his life. He later recovered, and now he wants to tell his story. People will want to hear his story. So I believe it's a car.
That's a good.
Can I say something?
I don't like this browser. I'm coming. Let me change to Chrome. Let me open it on Chrome. Okay, so first thing first, a short introduction. A short introduction. That's the first step. So let's go back here. So good day. I'm Mr. Olushola. Can you see? This is the short introduction. It's very, very, very short. Do you understand? Very, very short. No need for long story. Just introduce the person. If you want to mention the profession, mention the profession. Do you understand? Whatever is just not relevant to the story, make sure you leave it out. So good day, I'm Mr. Olushola. That's a short introduction. So under the second part, how he found out he had the illness, symptoms and earlier signs he had. Come here. Hey, sorry. Okay. So how he found out, are you guys following?
Yes.
Okay, so how we found out? Yeah, how we found out he had the illness, symptoms and earlier signs he had. So okay, so let's continue now. June 2019 was one of the happiest days of my life. My daughter, who is my first child, had gained admission into one of the most prestigious higher institutions in Nigeria. She gained admission to study medicine and surgery, and my wife and I were so proud of her. In fact, she was one of the few students who gained admission into medicine and surgery department that year. June 2019 was her matriculation ceremony, and the entire family traveled down to her school to celebrate her. Unknown to me, this same day was the day I would get one of the saddest news of my life. When all the matriculating students were coming out of the hall, we were on the lookout for Rachel. That's my daughter's name. When we saw her coming out of the hall with other crowds of students, the entire family was whistling and yelling to cheer her on. She was all smiles and really happy, even though she was yet to see us. But sadly, this was where it all happened. As I was about to scream her name to alert her about where we were at the park, suddenly I felt a sharp pain in my chest. It was as if my heart had locked and stopped beating. It was that bad. So from here, I'm coming. From here to here, from here to coming. Okay, let's go on. That's not in there. Okay, suddenly I felt it sharp. So my heart had locked and stopped beating. It was that bad. I'd never experienced anything like this before. Before I could realize what was happening, I was already on the ground with one hand on my chest and the other hand resting on the ground. I could hear distant screams, but my eyes were gradually closing and I was fading out. My family's attention turned from Rachel to me. My wife quickly leaned over to help me. She was asking me repeatedly, "Honey, what is wrong? Honey, are you okay?" I was in so much pain, I could barely open my mouth to talk. With each gasp I took, I felt the pain in my chest sharper and sharper. I could only mutter the words, my chest, my chest. The voices of my family slowly started fading away, and my eyes started to shut down. The next time I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed. I sat up trying to understand what was going on around me. But immediately my wife, who was beside me, noticed I was awake. She ran out of the room to alert the nurses. Entering the room, she informed me I had been admitted after my fainting that morning. Rachel was also in the medical center with us in a matriculation gown. Later that day, a doctor came to my room with my test results, and he broke the sad news to my family and I had hypertension. So what I just read, everything I just read from that, wait, let me highlight it. After that short introduction I highlighted for you guys, everything I just read up to this point, Up to this point, guys, can you see? Please, I need a response.
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yeah.
You can
So
see.
from this
Yes,
point
we
of
can
June
see.
2019 was one of the happiest days of his life. Up to this place that I highlighted is, see, is under the, I said writing copies like arranging a building block. You have to follow a structure. It is under how he found he had the illness and symptoms and earlier signs. Do you understand? The earlier sign was chest pain and everything. So depending on how you want to write your own pre-sale, how you want your story to be, your own background story can be anyhow you want it, as long as it makes sense. Do you get me? So from that place to that place is answering, is showing how we found he had the illness. So let's go on. Other solutions you have used that didn't work. So number 4 now. Okay, so let's go on. Okay, yeah. So okay, this place is still under it too. So after the doctor told him, okay, I had hypertension, I was devastated with the news. This was not meant to happen. As far as I was concerned, I was leading a healthy lifestyle. The doctor told me I was lucky to be close to a medical center, that if I wasn't, we would have been telling another story now. He ran me through some symptoms of hypertension, like, how he found the illness. He ran me through some symptoms of hypertension, like headaches, blurry visions, fatigue, chest pain, weakness, shortness of breath, and asked if I had been experiencing some of this in the past. To be honest, I had been experiencing most of these symptoms, but I never took note of them. I was always just thinking it was stress from work, and if I just had enough rest, I'll be well recharged again. He put me on some medications and advised me to, can you see, guys? Can you see? Reduce salt intake. That's one
Yes, we can
common
see.
thing.
Yes.
You see why it is necessary. You see why it is necessary. All those questions that I was telling you, that identify your customer avatar. Do you understand? I was
Yes.
saying it at one particular time about what have they let go of. Do you understand? So this is
Yes,
part of
very
what
much.
we do. So this is how you will now use that building block to arrange everything. After you've identified your customer avatar, you've answered all those questions, you've used maybe Reddit Quora if you don't know how to answer everything, to answer the questions. You will now use that building block, this 19-step structure with Janice Presale, to write a good presale. So he put me on some medications and advised me to reduce my salt intake, exercise more, get more sleep time, reduce stress, amongst others. So I followed this advice religiously and used my medications consistently too, even though I had a busy schedule and it was difficult for me. Days of using these medications and following his advice turned into weeks, and weeks into months, but there was no difference. My BP was still very high. See, this is under other solutions you have used that didn't work. Can you guys see? So from this place where the doctor was telling him, guys, are you with me? I need response.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm coming. He puts me on some medication, reduce salt, blah, blah, blah. See, this is under the structure or under the number 4 step of other solutions you've used that didn't work. Do you understand? Or I should have just put solutions you've used that didn't work. No need for other solutions. Okay, so can you see, he put him on medications. He was using the medications, even though he had a busy schedule and everything. Guys, please, excuse me, please. I'm coming. Just give me like 2 minutes. Guys, I'm still with you.
No problem, boss.
coming. I'm still with you guys.
All right, sir. All right, sir.
I'm sorry for taking time, guys. Let's proceed.
All right, sir.
Okay, so we're number 4, other solutions reviews that didn't work. So yeah, he used the doctor's he followed the doctor's recommendations. That's reduce salt intake, exercise more, get more sleep time, and rest, and was also using the doctor's medications, but they didn't work. Do you understand? So what did he do? He went ahead and he started using common solutions. So how you use a common solution? So let's go on. When this didn't work, I tried several concussions. So this is under number 5. How you used a common solution, or how you've used common solutions. When this didn't work, I tried several concussions and locally made my wife. None of this worked together. In fact, from year to year, how you use a common solution, how you've used common solutions. Are you following, guys?
Yes, you're following.
Yes,
Okay. So because those okay, so from there, let me see. Retelling how the symptoms got worse. That's the step 6 of the structure. So, in fact, one of the concussions I used gave me a serious side effect that left me having a partial stroke for a week. At that point, I had almost given up. And it was as if these people were only out to get money from desperate people like me with all their so-called solutions. So from here, okay, yeah. For this sentence or this paragraph is under can you see a serious side effect for a week? Do you understand? That's how the symptoms was. So after that step of the structure, you go to the feeling of giving up and hopelessness. The feeling of giving up and hopelessness. So at that point, I had almost given up. It was as if these people were out to get money from desperate people like me with their so-called solutions. I didn't know what to do anymore. I tried every solution I knew there was. My wife had also gone from pillar to post, trying to see what could help me, but all to no avail. My world was crumbling down, but still I had to keep up because of the family I had to cater for. From year to year, is under feeling of giving up and hopelessness. Did you get, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the next one is under gradually bringing in the solution. So one fateful day, my wife saw a post on her Facebook. So it was a video about, I told you video is a video they will watch. So it's a video about a forgotten method Indian used in completely. Our drugs are Indian, they are produced in India, all our drugs. So it's a video about, but I want your pre-sale should focus on them watching a video because they will need to watch that video that will convince them to buy Yodu. So this is under gradually bringing a solution. Don't forget. So from here is the beginning of gradually bringing a solution. So we'll see where it ends to. One fateful day, my wife saw a post on her Facebook. So it's a video about the forgotten method Indians used in these people are just time wasters. So, gradually bringing in solution, then showing doubt. Gradually. So what did I do here? I brought in the solution gradually. So I'm coming. This is under gradually bringing in solution. Gradually bringing in solutions can also be under introducing unique solution. One thing about this structure is you can be flexible with it as long as your this thing makes sense. Do you understand? It does not alter your copy in any way. So one fateful day, my wife saw a post on our Facebook. It was a video about a forgotten Indian method used in completely reversing. Okay, it was a video about a forgotten method Indian used in completely reversing the high blood pressure. Showed me the post, but I stated clearly that I was not interested. That these people are time wasters. This is under what, guys? This way is highlighted is under what?
Showing down.
Exactly. No, it's under showing doubt. I already showed that. Yeah. So it was showing that because it doesn't make sense to say somebody that is suffering from something and the person has tried a lot of things and it didn't work. You now tell the person about a new solution and the person is not happy about it and says, no, the person will have doubt. The person will need a lot of convincing to try that one too, you get? So that's where showing doubt comes in. So he showed me the post where I stated clearly that I was not. He showed me the post where I stated clearly that I was not interested, that all these people are just time wasters. So she played the video and started watching by herself. Just a few minutes I've overheard a statement that made me cry. A few minutes in, I learned that in Nigeria to normalize what it calls the 2-in-1 HBP destroyer. You don't need to put this, just talk about the method in the video or the solution in the video. Do you understand? You don't know the names of our this thing yet. You get? So just focus on the solutions in the video, the method in the video. So this place is under introducing the unique solution. From here to here. So from here to here is under introducing the unique solution. Do you get? So then let's go on now. The next one is assurance, more doubts. Assurance and still more doubts. So so she played the video and I started watching by herself. Just a few minutes into the video, I overheard a statement that made me curious and I decided to join her in watching the video. A few minutes in, I learned that a Nigerian doctor who is based in India had found a natural and effective way to normalize high blood pressure using what he calls the 2-in-1 HBP destroyer. So in your own case, you say found a way to normalize high blood pressure, arthritis, diabetes using a solution. Do you understand? You say the video talked about the solution. So this was new, I thought. So I kept on watching. The video directed us to take some steps, which we did. To be honest, I was still very skeptical. See, showing more doubt. This part is under showing more doubt. See, under assurance. Okay. So this place is under assurance. Sorry, this place is under assurance about how the Nigerian doctor had discovered a method that could help. So this part is under showing more doubt. Is under more doubt. Do you understand? Okay, so let's go on. After the first week of following this method, I didn't see any changes. Wait, I'm coming. Okay, yeah. So after the first week, it is important that you say like the change was gradual, please. It's very, very important. After the first week of following this method, I didn't see any changes. I almost concluded that this was one of those scams again, but my wife encouraged me to keep trying it because the video stated that people who follow this method started seeing results from the 3rd to 4th week. So I kept trying it. On the 3rd week, I noticed I was regaining my strength. Is the beginning of gradual change. This is the beginning of feeling better gradually. So most times, people that use our medicines, they start seeing changes around the 3rd to 4th week. So it's important you state that too. On the 3rd week, I noticed I was regaining my strength. I wasn't as weak as I used to be. My body pain had reduced, so I checked my blood pressure reading, and it was lower than it was last week. It was unbelievable at first, so I decided to keep using it till next week to be sure. I should have added till the following week to be sure. Okay. So that this is still under feeling better gradually. Let me highlight it. Okay, so I checked my okay. On the 3rd week, I noticed I was regaining my strength. I wasn't as weak as I used to be. My body pain had reduced, so I checked my blood pressure reading, and it was lower than it was last week. So it was unbelievable at first, so I decided to keep using it till the next week to be sure. By the end of the 4th week, I took my blood pressure reading, and this time it had dropped by like 10 points. I thought my BP checker was faulty, so I decided to pay a visit to the hospital the next day to confirm. See, this place is under going for tests to get reassurance. So from here, this is the beginning of going for tests for reassurance that it was now free of high blood pressure. Okay, so let's go. By the end of the 4th week, I took my blood pressure reading, and this time it had dropped by like 10 points. I thought my BP checker was faulty, so I decided to pay a visit to the hospital the next day to confirm. Around 10 a.m. on Saturday, I arrived at the hospital and described everything I was feeling to my doctor. He took some tests, and when the test came back, he was extremely surprised. He didn't believe what he was saying. My reading showed that my BP was near normal. I was recording 128/88 mmHg. This is the unit for measuring blood pressure. Search on it online. The unit for measuring blood pressure. Then you check the figures that are normal and figures that are not. My reading showed that my BP was near normal. I was recording 125/83 mmHg, and I was not at the risk of a heart attack. This was unbelievable. So my doctor asked me to come back the next day to confirm my readings. Who can tell me why I said the doctor said he should come back the next day to confirm his readings?
Cornelius. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Cornelius, go on, please.
So, because there are so many factors that affect the blood pressure of an individual.
Yes.
So it's possible you must have done some activities that could have affected the blood pressure. So
that's true. Blood pressure is something that you don't just take one reading and you just say that's it. You get. If someone has been under sun for too long, or if someone just finishes running now and check the blood pressure will be very high. And if you record it, you think the person is at a risk of a heart attack, but no, the person has only done an activity that increased the heart rate. Do you understand? So that is why they don't just take one reading. They take several readings and they do an aggregate of it to confirm. So if they take 5 readings now, 5 readings across 5 days. So what they will do is they will sum up everything and divide it by 5 to get the average reading. Do you get? But you don't necessarily need to talk about that in your copy. You can just say you checked the reading 1, 2, 3 times before it was confirmed, or she checked the reading 1 to 3 times before it was confirmed that the person is free of high blood pressure. Do you get? So this was unbelievable. So my doctor asked me to come back the next day to confirm my readings. When I arrived at the hospital the next day, a Sunday, took my BP reading again. The doctor looked confused. Told me my BP reading was now 120/8/80 mmHg, even lower than yesterday's reading. I was elated and full of joy when this was confirmed. I wasn't even following any strict diet plan, neither was I exercising, and I wasn't getting enough sleep time either. So from here, I'm coming. So I decided to, okay, let me highlight from here. So from here to here is underway, please. Someone should tell me what this part I highlighted is underway.
I do my ADG. Getting reassurance.
Yes. getting reassurance, going for tests to get reassurance. Do you understand? But it's not necessary, as I said, it's not necessary to go for tests. Someone with arthritis now would not need to go for tests. Do you understand? In fact, it's not even everybody that will go for tests. Not everybody has money for tests. You get? They will just notice change and they'll discover that they were not experiencing, like they did not experience the symptoms for a long period of time. And they took their blood pressure reading and it's fine. So it's not, this one is not really compulsory. You get? But you can add it if you want. It also it helps your cup even convert better. Okay, so that's going for tests for reassurance. I was elated and full of joy when this was confirmed. I wasn't even following any strict diet plan, neither was I exercising, and I wasn't getting enough sleep time either, yet my blood pressure level was normalized. The reason why I stated all this is because you can be using our product and you still, I'm not saying like you now be living a reckless lifestyle. You still eat food that are moderately seasoned. You don't need to exercise. You can be sleeping just 3 hours daily and your blood pressure level will still come down well. You get? So you can also add that. So the next step is got the results that was finally better. Okay, yeah. So this is under got the result that was finally better. Coming, yeah. So this is under got the result that was finally better. Then the next step after that is spread the good news. So I'm coming. Yes, okay. I was so elated and full of joy when this was confirmed. I wasn't even following any strict diet plan. Neither was I exercising, and I wasn't getting enough sleep time either. Yes, my blood pressure level was normalized. I was so happy that my years of suffering were finally over, and that I'll be able to spend more time with my family in good health. This is under got back what he lost due to the illness. You know, I told you that you necessarily don't need to add everything. Just make sure that whatever you are removing does not affect your story. Do you get? So, got what he lost due to the illness. So, I'm so happy that my years of suffering are finally over and I'll be able to spend more time with my family in good health. Now I can tell you that I'm living a happy life. Can you see? Talking about what he lost. Now I can, okay, so let me highlight for you. So let me start. Now I can tell you that I'm even living a happy life. My second child wrote his WAEC this year. Is going to gain admission soon. Our last one is also doing well in school. She also wants to study medicine like her older sister, Rachel, who is now in year 3. When I wrote this copy, it was 2022. Yeah, it was 2022. So that's why it said year 3 then. Our last one is also doing well in school. She also wants to study medicine like her elder sister, Rachel, who is now in year 3. Every day, I thank God for the solution I discovered in that video. And I also thank God for my wife who showed it to me. If you want to watch the video, click the button below to watch the video. You understand? So if they click this button to carry them to where they watch the video. So all that part is under got back what he lost due to the illness and he's feeling grateful. He's feeling grateful. That's why he's thankful for his wife that showed him the video and he's also thankful for God. Do you understand? Then the call to action is just you telling people, if you also want to watch the video, click the link below to watch the video. Do you understand? So that's what the call to action is. This is the call to action button. And this is, you can also press this for the link. So this is for high blood pressure. So far, before we do arthritis and diabetes, is there any question?
Godwin is Ezekiel speaking.
Yeah, please go on.
Okay, sir. Is this 19 steps only for like if you want to sell drugs, or does it cover all the not just drugs and maybe other things you want to sell, or is it only for drugs, sir?
Okay, so the thing is, I'm focusing on Janice because this is Janice and we sell drugs. We sell alternative drugs. Do you understand? That's why I'm focusing on drugs. But if you look at this 19 step well,
All right.
Let's say you have something that you sell on your own and you feel, wow, it might help. You can also add it. Let's say you are somebody that sells you sell something around make money online and stuff like that.
Okay.
So you can have your short catchy headline. You can say your own story. So it can be like okay, a short introduction, introduce yourself. You can be like, okay, I'm Godwin, maybe a 300 level student of this thing. So how you found out you had the illness. So you can now tweak it and make it okay, like your journey on like making money online. Do you get? So you can be like, I gained interest in making money online this thing, so yeah, blah blah blah. And I started buying a lot of courses and buying a lot of courses and studying a lot of this thing. Do you understand?
Yes.
Other solution used that didn't work. So you can also talk about how those things didn't work, how those courses didn't work. But you can now be like, I noticed that a lot of all these courses I was getting, most of the people selling the courses were only after my money. They would promise you heaven on earth, and when you get to the course, they will only give you some ebooks and some average videos. Do you understand?
Yes.
So then you can now be like, let me see, can this work? How you've used a common solution? Okay, no, this can't work in this case. So
no.
So you now be like, you can now skip to feeling of giving up and hopelessness.
Giving up and hopelessness, yes.
Exactly. So okay, this can still work. You cannot be like, there's even this particular popular course I bought that promised heaven on earth, and people were sharing their testimonials and everything. And when I got it, I implemented everything, spent a lot of money to implement everything I learned that course. Still, it was still the same old story. I made up my mind. So you can now go to feeling of giving up and hopelessness. So you can now feel like, yeah, I made up my mind that I wasn't going to spend money on I wasn't going to spend
other online courses.
Yeah, on any online course again. If you take time, carry out your research, you'll be able to come up with something. We are just doing freestyle here.
Yeah, so, I know, sir.
Yeah, so I wasn't going to spend money on any online course or any this thing again. So you can now start gradually bringing in solution. So you now be like, until one particular day, I met a friend in church who during service was refreshing his I don't know what can it be refreshing?
So I believe I have gotten the answer to my question here. And now I'm sorry, can I continue?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, I slowly read through everything as you are explaining, and I see I can actually use these steps to sell any product possibly.
Yeah, you can modify the steps to these steps here now. I just I came up with it. I prepared the slide and I came up with it. Like when I joined my group leader, then he gave us some steps. Do you understand? So from that step he gave us, and I added some things, and some from some books I've read and copies I've written. I did some things like what are the things that are necessary. Do you get? So it's not that it is one very rigid step. It's just like a structure you can follow to come up with something good. Do you understand? But I made it suitable for Janice because that's what we are talking about. You get?
Okay.
You can use it for anything actually. Like you can modify it as you want and use it as you want. The most important thing is your copy is convincing enough and it speaks to your audience.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, so yeah, any other question? Who is that, please? Your name, please. Yeah, the reason I'm asking for your name is I don't want to be opening the participants listing every time. Go on, Boluwatife.
Okay, so from the pre-sale copy you showed us about the high blood pressure, you used mostly first-person pronoun like I. So my question is, can you must it be in the first-person pronoun, or you can use maybe like the third-person pronoun like he or she? Can just maybe based on the experience you have from maybe maybe it happened to somebody and then you want to use it to tell the story to write your pre-sale copy.
Okay. It doesn't necessarily have to be I. It doesn't necessarily need to be from a first person angle. It can be from a third person angle. But the reason why I love first person angle is because it feels like they are saying their own story themselves, which is much more convincing. So let's say, for example, now I want to sell you, let me see something. Let's say I want to sell you a skincare product now that can maybe clear. I'm not saying you have acne, but a skincare product that can clear acne. Do you understand? So imagine if I came and I was telling you that this lady, her name is Sandra, she bought my skincare product and all her acne is cleared and everything, blah, blah, blah. Which that's me talking from a third person angle. You get. But what if I call Sandra there and I allow you to speak with Sandra and Sandra tells you her story from a first person angle? Which one will be much more believable?
Okay, the first person.
Exactly. So if you want to write from a third person angle, I'm not against it. I'm not against. Okay, wait. Let me not even say third person now. Let me say second person, because third person is too far-fetched. If you want to write from a second person angle, you can do it in this way. Let's say, for example, now the story can be about a woman that is talking about her husband that got cured of high blood pressure. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Do you get? So it has to be someone very close. It can be a son talking about his father, not you talking on behalf of them. You get? No, you talking about Mr. Chemical came to meet us when he was struggling with so. No, you get? Let it be someone close that will be much more believable. You get? If you want to write from a second person angle, don't write from a third person, I beg you.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, very well. Thank you.
So any other question before we go to diabetes and arthritis?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. This is moving like a Kashi headline.
Your line is breaking. Is it from my end? Guys, can you hear him clearly?
Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
think it's better now. Go on.
Yeah, on the headlines, I saw some write-ups which are Kashi, and is a picture out of the headlines, sir.
Yeah, pictures to depict that, okay, this is the person in the story. You understand?
Yes,
the thing is, I don't want to teach you so much about getting pictures now. You get, since it's still training process. So when you're writing your own pre-sale, because I'll give you an assignment to write your pre-sale today, just go online, find a picture that suits your story. Let it be all these free, all these free pictures online.
All right, sir.
Yeah, so just find let's say you're talking about a man in his 60s. You can Google a man in his 60s and this thing. A black man in his 60s, you get African man in his 60s, you get, and use that. You understand? But when you join, you'll be showed how to get better pictures. Do you understand? That are much more believable. The reason why we write this kind of pre-sale most times, because I know some of you will be thinking that why are we coming up with stories and everything. Most times we have a lot of customer testimonials, but our customers don't want their pictures to be out there. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they don't. You know how it would be now. Like your friends and everybody on Facebook could now be seeing that woman in the eyebrow, this woman had high blood pressure, she had arthritis, so. You understand? So you can just use a real testimonial of a customer to write a story, but you now find another image and tweak the name. You get? That's one thing. Or you can still come up with a story, but for now, since it's still training, just write your story. Write your story, whichever one you come up with. You understand?
Right.
Yeah. So is there any other question before we proceed? Okay, let's go on then, since there's no other question. So I already showed you high blood pressure. So let me show you quickly for diabetes. I don't want to spend so long here. Let me copy the link. I want to show you for diabetes and arthritis. We're meant to finish this thing 1. Don't want to spend so long. Why is it not pasting? I don't like this browser, as I said. Okay, so this is one. This is one. As I said, I'll still teach you headline. I don't want to spend so long. This is another pre-sale for diabetes. I don't want us to spend so long on this thing. So let's just go directly to introduction. I'll still teach you headline today. So first step is a catch headline, a short introduction. So the introduction is, you can also do it in an interview format. I did this one in an interview format. You understand? Today we talk to Mr. Chinedu Obiora, a 52-year-old man who reversed his diabetes. He tells us how. So this is the short introduction. Good day, I'm Chinedu Obiora. People call me Nedu. This is the short introduction. So from there, then we go to how he found out he had the illness, symptoms, and earlier signs he had. So this part is just like the background story, the story that leads to the point of him, that resulted in him trying several solutions that didn't work, blah, 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 and everything. So let's start. Good day, I'm Chinedu Obiora. People call me Nedu. On this fateful night in April 2018, I can't remember the particular day now. I was arguing with my son. You know how teenagers can be. I had seized his phone. His mom wasn't around. She had traveled to our village, and it was only me, his younger sister, and I left at home. So I thought, why don't you play Ludo like we used to have? Okay, why don't you play Ludo like we used to? I made a mistake here. I should not have added have. Okay, why don't you play Ludo like we used to when they were younger, since they were on holidays? We got playing, and I started against my 12-year-old daughter. I defeated my daughter with ease in just a few minutes. It was now my son and I, but he wouldn't get off his phone, even after I told him several times. For the fun we were having not to be ruined, I seized his phone, then an argument between us started, and for a while, this continued. It became so heated, I started screaming at the top of my voice. Suddenly, I started feeling dizzy, then I fell to the ground, and before I knew it, I became partly unconscious. My son and daughter were only 14 and 12 years old at the time. What were they to do? It was just the three of us at home. We lived in an estate, so they couldn't reach out to our neighbors. They couldn't reach out to our neighbors that late at night. They were already panicking. Even if they were to, okay, they're already panicking. Even if they were to call the emergency number 112, this is Nigeria, they wouldn't pick. And if they did, they would take hours to come. All my kids could do was call their mom, who at first was scared when she heard what happened on the phone. But later on, gained their composure, asked them to remain calm and get me into the car in whatever way they could. They did, until now, it still baffles me how they managed to pull it off. My 14-year-old son had to drive me and his sister to the closest private hospital. Fortunately, he had been watching me drive, and I had been teaching him a thing or two about driving in our estate. Please, it is important that your story is as believable as possible. This story now, I said, okay, I gave the catchy headline, my 14-year-old son had to drive me to the medical center when I fainted due to high blood pressure. That is catchy. But why can a 14-year-old drive? Do you understand? That's why I came here and I explained that. First of all, it was a private hospital in their estate, first of all. So it was within the estate. Driving in an estate is not like driving on the highway or driving on the express or driving on the main road. It is much more easier. You guys, are you with me?
Yes.
Yeah. Then to make it much more understandable, I said Mr. Chinedu had been teaching his son how to drive within the estate already. Do you understand? So if you see, fortunately, he has been watching me drive, and I've been teaching him a thing or two about driving in our estate. I was also fortunate that my wife had traveled with the manual gear car. So it was just the automatic gear car left at home at the moment. Why did I add this?
So still elaborates the fact that he taught his son a few things about driving. Automatics are easier to drive than manual cars.
Yeah, God bless you. Thank you very much. So you cannot say like a 14 years old guy I'm not saying they're not 14 years old that do it, but probably 1 in 1,000. So that's why I went ahead to explain this. So let your story be as relatable and believable as possible. Do you understand me? So we arrived at the hospital around 12:05 a.m. in the midnight, and I was immediately admitted and put on a drip. The following day, I became fully conscious again. And by evening time, my wife was already with me. She had traveled down from my village to be with me. Shortly after this, the doctor stepped into the room. He asked me a series of questions and took my blood sample for a test. When he came back with the test results, he broke the sad news to me. Mr. Obiora, you are suffering from type 2 diabetes. Type 2 diabetes is a much more severe case of diabetes that can take someone's life. Do you understand? So when you carry out your research, you find more on that. He said, my heart skipped for a moment. I was confused. He explained further that the high blood sugar from diabetes damaged the nerves in my body that kept my blood pressure steady. This led to unusually low blood pressure and caused me to collapse, becoming partly unconscious. I recalled that some of the symptoms the doctor had drawn me through before he diagnosed me with type 2 diabetes had been recurring for months now. I'd been urinating more frequently. This is a symptom of diabetes. All this, let me highlight them. I'd been urinating more frequently. I'd been feeling more fatigued. My fingers and toes had been tingling. My vision was getting blurry, and the cut I had on my finger took far too long to heal up. This is to prove that, okay, like this is to justify him fainting and landing in the medical center. I just lay there on my bed depressed. My family was also watching me. They were sad as well. The doctor recommended that I start leading a new healthy lifestyle. They advised me to start exercising more, limit food with high sugar or fat. Someone said something about fat earlier on. I think, was it Cornelius or Godwin? That someone they told the person that the person cannot.
Yes, that is true. Reduce carbohydrates consumption, consume more vegetables. That is true, sir.
Yeah, exactly. So when you carry out your research, you see some of those things and you infuse it in your copy. So limit food with high sugar or fat, reduce carbohydrates consumption, and consume more vegetables. He also prescribed some medications. So this part now, see, everything I alerted there, he found out he had the illness. Everything from the beginning, after the introduction to this part, to this part, is under how we found out he had the illness. To this part, how you found out he had the illness, everything like this. So that's like the major background story. That part of how he found out he had the illness. That's why it's always long. So other solutions they've used that didn't work. Or let me just make the solutions they've used that didn't work. So, okay. Okay, the doctor recommended that I started living a healthy lifestyle. Then he asked me to start exercising more, limit food with sugar, fats, reduce carbohydrate consumption. That's reduce things like eating things like rice, yam, because they have a lot of starch, pap, all those kind of things. And they should eat much more vegetables. So then they went ahead, prescribed medications. They also prescribed medications that were meant to keep my blood sugar low my blood sugar reading at that time was 259 milligram per DL. So this is the unit for measuring blood sugar too. So do your research, you see the range that are LD and the ones that are not LD, so that when you're writing, you know what to write about. So you also prescribe some medications that are meant to keep my blood sugar level low. So this part is under other solutions they've used that didn't work. So the doctor told him to change his lifestyle, to reduce fat, to change his diet. Then the doctor now went ahead, prescribed medications to keep his blood sugar level low. Do you understand? So I followed the doctor's recommendations religiously and used my medications consistently. I didn't see any change. Okay, I used my medication consistently. I should have added but here. Let's assume but here, but I didn't see any change after a few weeks of usage. Do you understand? This is under the part of other solutions they've used that didn't work. Do you understand? So the solution they use here is the doctor's recommendation of him changing his diet, reducing starchy food, that's most majorly carbohydrates, then using starchy food, exercising more, consuming much more vegetables, limiting sugar, and since we all, and fat, thank you. So that's under solutions used that didn't work. So let's go on now to how in this case now, how he used common solutions. As I said, you can be flexible with this. You can decide that you don't even want to add any common solution, but I advise that you do that. And you can even know, like, your story might not even lead to any medical center. It's not compulsory. I've written copies that do not lead to medical center. It's not necessary. So I followed the doctor's recommendations religiously and use my medications consistently. I didn't see any change after a few weeks of usage. But since I'm not the type to expect an instant result, I kept using the medication and I was doing as the doctor recommended. After months of doing this, my blood sugar level was still critically high. I was now at 262 milligram per DL. Can you see from 259 that I was measuring here, it went to 262 milligram per DL. Higher than it was before, even after I was following the doctor's recommendation. All through this period of following my doctor's recommendation and using the prescribed medication, my sugar level never dropped below 259 mg/dl. So it was at a very, his blood sugar level was very high. It was discouraging. I stopped using my medications and started looking for other solutions myself. Bam. This is this step 4 now, step 5? This is the beginning of step 5, how you use common solutions. So it was discouraging. I stopped using my medications. I started looking for other solutions myself. I went from trying these supplements to another, but none worked. By this time, I was frustrated. Can you see? I went from trying one supplement to another, but none worked. Do you get? This is under other this thing. How you use common solutions. But in your own case, if you want to write, be much more specific. Don't just say, this time I was still very new to. Okay, I think this was the copy I wrote during my own training time. This was the first copy I wrote during my training time. So, but I still use it to run, and till today it is still converting. But at the moment, I'm not running any diabetes products. I'm running high blood pressure. But this preset is still converting. But in your own case, don't just say I tried these supplements and another. Be much more specific. Can say I tried, but please don't call brand names. Oh, I beg you. Can cause lawsuit. Oh. Don't call brand names. For example, let me see one brand that people use for like Yo-Yo Bitters now. People use it for it's kind of like a branded agbo that people use for diabetes. Please don't call brand names. You can just say I tried several agbo concoctions, whatever it is that I used. Do you understand? But still, they did not work. Instead of just saying supplement. By this time, I was frustrated. In fact, I gave up and stopped checking my blood sugar level because it made me even more depressed. Who can tell me where this is under? From here to year is the beginning of what? What step?
Step 7.
Yeah. Is it the hopelessness part?
Yeah,
feeling of giving up and hopelessness.
Exactly, feeling of giving up, and I'm glad you guys are following. So by this time I was frustrated. In fact, I gave up and stopped checking my blood sugar level because it made me even more depressed. I couldn't even enjoy time with my family anymore because the thought of diabetes was constantly on my mind. I started spending more time with my family because my days were numbered. One time, okay, this part now, from here, this is the beginning of gradually bringing in solution. Okay, so one time at my kids' PTA meeting, I met with Mr. Yorinde. He was the father to my daughter's best friend. You see what I said about making it as believable as possible. Like, that's why I said PTA meeting. You understand? So it was he was the father to my daughter's best friend. He was in his 50s, so we got along. We talked majorly about the challenges of raising kids at their age. As our conversation went along, I mentioned how the fear of diabetes might rob me of many more years with my kids. He empathized with me and told me he used to suffer from diabetes for a couple of months ago too. Please mute your mic. Let me even mute you. Okay. So he empathized with me and told me he used to suffer from diabetes a couple of months ago too. He requested for my phone number, and when I gave it to him, he immediately sent me the link to a video. You see how I introduced the solution, gradually introducing the solution, which is the video. He asked me to watch it, and when I got home, that I was going to find something that will help with my diabetes in the video. I thought to myself, here we go again. One of those videos that will tell you to reduce sugar intake and exercise more. Do you understand? This is like the reason I said this statement. Okay, wait, who can tell me why I said this statement?
Okay, Joseph speaking.
Yeah?
Hello? Joseph speaking.
Okay, yeah, go on, Joseph.
Okay, so here, because you made reference to other supplements he has been taking that couldn't resolve that. So it's feeling maybe there will be such recommendation as well in the video.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's close. So the reason why I said this is I thought to myself, here we go again. One of those videos that will tell you to reduce sugar intake and exercise more. This thing is like memory verse that they tell what's it called, diabetes patient, just reduce your sugar intake and exercise more. They are probably tired of hearing it. Do you understand? So you want to write things that your audience relate to very well. Do you understand? That once they see that, they just be like, oh, this is the story of my life, even though it's not the story of their life. Do you get? Okay, so I thought to myself, here we go again. One of those videos that will tell you to, okay, sorry. Okay, so gradually bringing in solution. This place is under showing doubts. This place is under showing doubt. Thought to myself, here we go again. One of those videos that will tell you to reduce sugar intake and exercise more. But I didn't want to be rude, so I watched the video that night before I slept. The video was a revelation. See, this place from here is the beginning of introducing solution.
Introducing the unique solution.
Exactly. The video was the revelation. I learned in the video that a Nigerian doctor who is based in India discovered a natural herb that helps to normalize blood sugar level almost completely, which he called the diabetes destroyer. Do you understand? But since you don't know the name of this thing, like just as I said earlier, just focus more on the video. He claimed that this natural herb has a near 100% success rate. 97% success was what he stated specifically. I followed the instruction in the video, but I was still very skeptical. I thought, what if I follow 93% of people it won't work for? From here, who can tell me where this place is? What this is under?
I think it's still showing more doubts.
More doubts, sir.
After introducing the unique solution assurance, the video assured him that it has 97% success rate, but still having more doubts that what if he fell under the 3% it won't work for? You understand? So after 1 week of following the methods in the video, there was no noticeable change. But I wanted to be sure, so I went to my doctor to check my blood sugar level out of curiosity. You get, it was still around 259 milligram per DL. I met with, okay, it was still around 159 milligram per DL. Let me see what step we are on now. Okay, yeah, we are not there yet. So it's still under more doubt. I met with Mr. Ayorinde and spoke to him about what was going on, but he encouraged me to keep following the method in the video, insisting that it will start having an effect around the 3rd week. You know, I told you it works. People start seeing change majorly around the 3rd to 4th week. Honestly, I didn't believe him, but for some reason, I kept at it. I had nothing to lose anyways. So about 4 weeks after meeting with Mr. Ayorinde, we were doing some rearrangement at home and getting rid of old stuff. So before I go, let me continue. Coincidentally, I found my glucometer. Please don't use the glucometer. Just use my blood sugar level monitor or tester. This time I was still new. As I told you, this was my first thing. So you don't want to use anything that your audience will not understand. You want to write as if you're writing to someone in primary 4. Do you understand? Break down your English very well. So instead of saying glucometer, it would have been better saying blood sugar. I coincidentally found my blood sugar level monitor or tester, whichever one, that would have been better. Coincidentally, I found my glucometer. The device I used in checking my blood sugar level at home. Okay, I still mentioned it here, so it still works. I decided to try it one last time before throwing it in the dustbin. I used it and my blood sugar level was 137 milligram per DL. This can't be true. I thought to myself, the glucometer is probably malfunctioning because it is old. So please, who can tell me this place is under what? This part now is the beginning of what?
Hi.
Let me open it so you see.
Feeling better gradually.
Yeah, exactly. Feeling better gradually, but then I still infused more doubt. Why? Because
more doubt, yes.
Yeah, God bless you. Because he felt his glucometer was 40. Do you understand? He had been checking his reading, and it had been high. But he started using the medicine Mr. Ayorinde recommended, but because it did not see change, like he just kept on using it without even checking his reading anymore. So they were now rearranging, and they were rearranging the house, and then he saw the device he was using to check his reading. So he just decided to test it out, and he saw that his reading had dropped. Normally, you would be having doubts that this machine has issue because it has been a while that I was using it. So that's why I fused. So you can be flexible with it. That's like why I'm just driving out. I went to my doctor the same day to confirm if the reading was correct. The doctor took my reading again and he was shocked. My diabetes reading had gone from 259 mgdl, that's milligram per DL, to 137 milligram per DL within 4 weeks. So it was a miracle. I was so happy. Please don't just do transition like this. Do you guess? Like, tell him that, like, even after a doctor checked, like, you can still go to the hospital for reassurance. Do you understand? But since but it is not every story that they will need to go to the hospital, as I said. Some people will just be at home and they don't notice that they are no longer experiencing symptoms that they've been experiencing, and they'll be fine with that. So it was shocked. My diabetes reading had gone from 259 milligram per DL to 137 milligram per DL within 4 weeks. So this is under feeling better gradually, going for tests for reassurance. Yeah, we've done. Okay, so we are now going to got the result that was finally better. So I went to my doctor the same day to confirm, okay, yeah, we've done this. So it was a miracle. I was so happy. I couldn't contain my joy. I got home as fast as possible to break the news to my wife and kids. They were just as elated as I was when I heard the news. So this part is the beginning of coming. This part is the beginning of got the result that was finally better. Spread the good. Then he went ahead to spread the good news to his family by spreading the good news. They were just as elated as I was when I heard the news. My 12-year-old daughter said, "Daddy, does that mean you can now have ice cream?" I didn't know what to respond. I didn't know how to respond to that question. I was so happy to even say a single word. Mr. Ayorinde was the next person I called, and I broke the good news to him, and also to him, when I broke the good news to him also, and I broke the good news to him also, and I apologized for not believing him earlier on. He just chuckled and said, "I told you it would work." So from year to year is under spread the good news. You get? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So now we are going to got back what loves you to the illness, feeling grateful and wanting to share the good news with every other patient out there. You can be very, very flexible with these three. So let's just go now and we just do everything and do call to action so that we'll do the last one sharp. Okay, so I'm so glad I can now spend quality time with my family. This is got what he lost due to the illness. So glad I can now spend quality time with my family in good health without thinking that my days are numbered and that I can die anytime soon. In fact, we even joke about how my kids carried me and drove me to the hospital when I first showed signs of diabetes. I blessed the day I met Mr. Ayorinde, and forever grateful that I sent me the link to watch the video that revealed the permanent solution to my diabetes. Click the link below to watch the video presentation now. So it won't be up for long, it's just a fizzy, but you can add it. So click the link below. So this is the call to action. Then I wanted to spread the good news. Feeling grateful, I wanted to share the good news is like this part. Then your call to action is click here to watch the video. Yeah, so that's it. Any question on this before we go to the last one, which is arthritis before? Any question?
I don't have any question on this, sir.
Okay.
No question, sir. No question, sir.
I'm glad you guys are understanding. So let's go to arthritis. Or should we not do arthritis to save time?
Yeah,
let me do it. It's better we do it. For some of you might want to write about arthritis, and you might even be put in arthritis group. Okay, so let me copy the link again. Okay, so this is another copy for arthritis. But when you are writing about arthritis, I want you to focus more on joint pains, because most people that have arthritis, they don't know it is arthritis they have. They only know they are having joint pains. So you should focus more on joint pains. That's why if you read my headline here, it says, "I wish I knew earlier that BAMS, painkillers and creams were only worsening my joint pains. Can you see? Instead of me saying arthritis, you get 26 years old Nigerian 26 years old widowed Nigerian mother who battled arthritis for years shares her story. So before I now came here to say arthritis here, do you understand? So let's go back to our 19-step structure. So the first one is a catchy headline. Is this headline catchy enough?
It is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is catchy.
Catchy enough, sir.
Exactly. I'll still teach you guys how to write headline, but first of all, I want to like the pre-sale, because you can still draft out your headline even from your pre-sale. You can just use a very catchy statement to draw an headline. You get, that's why I want to show you the pre-sale first. So let's go on. So as I said earlier, you can use like an interview pattern. So hope you guys are jotting.
Yeah.
Of course, sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Today we speak with Oluchi Obasi, 26 years old Nigerian, 20 years old widow, who thought arthritis was only an old people condition. Why did I add this? I'm coming from here to here.
Godwin Izuchukwu speaking, sir.
Yeah, please go on, Godwin.
Some of our youth today believe that some should I say some afflictions or some diseases or some sickness only affects old people,
Yes.
So when the symptoms come to them, they feel like it's something that will just happen and then stop. Should I say sometimes we experience, should I say the minor catarrh and cough, but without medication, those things may just stop, because we are still young and our blood cells are still strong to fight those diseases. So I believe young people, like you wrote here, she may just believe it's just it's an old people thing, and when it started happening to her, she didn't notice it on time. So that is why I love the first bit, the first line. So it's very sweet.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So the thing is, the reason why I did this was because, first of all, most people that are reading this, like this copy will attract some young people, but then they'll be like, is arthritis now an old people this thing? Do you understand? That's why, first of all, what I first did with my first statement, I denounced that notion. I denounced that notion that arthritis only affects older people. Do you understand? So now let's go to our short introduction, which is the number one, the number 2 step. So good day, I'm Oluchi Obasi. Yeah, then the image you use too, please, it is important that the person looks like the name you give it. I gave this girl, this image now is a free image online that I found. It's a free image. And I gave the girl Oluchi Obasi because she looks like Oluchi. Do you understand? So it is important that whatever image you choose, I might leave you now because you might use any image and I'll just leave you now because it is training. But still, even though you're using, if you say, for example, now, if you say, if your copy, you're writing about the mechanic that was struggling with joint pain, and then you are now using, let me see if I can. I'm coming. That's a mistake that some people do. I'm coming.
Like writing about and using a picture of a man wearing suit.
Exactly. It will be somehow. It will be unrealistic. So if you want to write about the mechanic, write about, it's not that you now put someone that the skin is very fresh. Well, let me see. Imagine writing about a mechanic and you are putting this man. The image you open now. That's the mistake some people make, and their copy will not convert. So the person, okay, so this man now, you're writing about a mechanic and you're putting this man. No, it's not believable. Do you understand? If you want to write about a mechanic, you have to find someone that looks it. You understand? Because at the end of the day, people judge a book by its cover. So if people open your copy, you use this kind of man as picture, and you put I was a mechanic working in Ikorodu, blah blah. People will be like, "Is a liar big," and close it. That's the end. All your good story, they don't even send. So your image is also very important too. So good day. I'm Oluchi Obasi. I lost my husband in 2020 to COVID after I had just given birth, and since then, things have been really challenging for me. After my late husband died, his relatives sent my baby and I packing without anything. Wait, who can tell me why I wrote this?
Gordon is here, sir.
Yeah, please go on, Gordon.
Like the heading says she's widowed.
Yeah.
Her relatives. Sorry, so I saw his relatives sent my baby and I packing. Okay, the late husband's relatives, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I think I'm lost. Okay, Cornelius can take over. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Cornelius, go on.
Why I think the other day statement so as to make the story more realistic and
exactly
more relatable to the Nigerian context. Since she's Nigerian, this stuff happens mostly in Nigeria.
Okay, exactly. Thank you. So the thing is, I'm not being tribalistic now and anything. No, I'm not being tribalistic or anything. But if you go to a lot of, I serve Ebonyi State, and if you go to a lot of rural areas in Igbo land, that's the east, they still practice that thing where probably they don't like the wife that their son married, and then the son dies, then they will not send the wife away. Do you understand? He still do that stuff. Even the landlord of the house that I lived, he said when he was younger, that when he lost the sent he and his mom packing. So that was why I added this. People will be able to relate more. Do you understand? Your job when you're writing a copy is to what's the word now? Is to magnify what people are thinking about on paper. Do you understand? So your own is not to worry about let me not offend some people. Let me not be racist. Let me not be tribalistic. Do you understand? If people think that the average Kenyan person is very black, even though it is not true, your job is to write it like that. Do you understand? So after my late husband died, his relative sent my baby and I packing without anything. Without anything. So I just had to move in with my elder sister in Lagos. My sister and her husband did everything they could to support my baby and I, but it wasn't enough, and I didn't want to become a burden and a liability to them. So I started looking for a job. I applied for several jobs, but it was rejection upon rejection. I had to eventually settle for a low-paying cleaner job when I couldn't get any job as a graduate. The job was a strenuous one, coupled with spending hours in Lagos traffic at the end of every day. I was always stressed. I began to develop joint pains around my wrist, neck, shoulder, knees, ankle, waist, and lower back. But the pains on my lower back and knees were the most worst. Whenever I sat or bent over, it would seem like I was being pierced at my lower back with a knife. Before I go on, this place I'm reading now, it is under what number of the structure?
Early illnesses and symptoms. That's step 3, right?
How the person in the story found out he had the illness, or how whoever it is, how the person just got to that point of like the illness, you get, and everything they had tried. So what I began, so lower back, I began to develop joint pains around my wrist, neck, shoulder. So I've done this. But the pain on my lower back and knees were the most worst. Whenever I sat or bent over, it would seem like I was being pierced at my lower back with a knife. The pain on my knee was also unbearable. My knees would occasionally become stiff, and I'll start feeling sharp pains on my knee joints. But I would frequently use agbo, local herbs, to numb the pain and give myself a temporary relief. Before the pain would come back worse. After the effect of the agbo wears off, I'm reading it wrong. The pain and give myself a temporary relief before the pain would come back worse. after the effect of the agbo. What am I reading like this? But I frequently use agbo local herbs to numb the pain and give myself a temporary relief before the pain would come back worse. Before the pain would come back worse after the effect of the agbo wears off. I kept on repeating this cycle for a while until it became too late for me. Can you see? I'm already transitioning to the part where, to this part of other solutions they've used that didn't work. But first of all, like, something would have to happen, because one thing about Nigerians is Nigerians don't just go to hospital. You understand? It is always when the worst has happened. Do you understand me? So if you want to talk about hospital, if you want to write your own copy in a way where they will go to the hospital and everything, you have to make sure that the worst has happened. Don't just say I felt an headache and I went to the hospital. No, it is unrealistic. Nigerians always go to the hospital only when the worst has happened. Okay, so a particular day at work, while I was mopping the office staircase, I felt that extremely sharp pain again on my knees. I tried moving to the side of the step to at least rest on the railings, but I couldn't because my knees were stiff. I tried to at least drag my feet forcefully so I could lean on the staircase railings, but as I was trying to, I lost my footing. I rolled down the staircase and I got slammed on the ground floor with terrible force. I immediately became unconscious. The next time I opened my eyes, I was in the hospital. I'd been admitted. My sister was also present. A colleague from work had alerted her when I fell and became unconscious. Okay, a colleague from work had alerted her when I fell and became unconscious. She was so glad to see I had finally opened my eyes, and before she could open her mouth to speak, the doctor walked in, examined the injuries I sustained, and asked how exactly I felt and what resulted in me falling from the staircase. I told him exactly how I'd been feeling severe joint pain for a while now, and even before the accident. So he decided to run some tests and scan me. When he came back, he broke one of the saddest news of my life to me. I had a severe case of arthritis. Can you see? I've introduced this thing now. Like how in this case now, how she found out she had the illness. Do you understand? Now, I've gotten to the part where she found out. Do you guys? Guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please excuse me, I'm coming.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's continue. I had a severe case of arthritis. What? I was surprised. Wasn't arthritis an old people condition? I'm just 26 years old. I asked the doctor. He told me arthritis being an old people disease is just a popular misconception. It is not true. That anyone around any age can develop arthritis, most especially if they already have these symptoms. So I listed some of the symptoms. Do you understand? So the reason why I did this is because, first of all, I denounced that misconception that arthritis is an old people disease. Then I now stated that if you're already having these symptoms, it might be arthritis you have. Do you get? So don't just think, oh, that you are young and you are good. So let's go on. Okay, that anyone around any age can develop arthritis, most especially if they have these symptoms: waist pain, lower back pain, knee joint pain, general joint pain, swelling of the joints, difficulty walking, muscle weakness, constant fatigue, etc. I'd been experiencing most of these symptoms you mentioned, so I burst into tears. I just recently lost my husband and I didn't have any money. And as if that was not bad enough, I didn't have any money, and as if that was not enough. Okay, and as if that was not enough, now I had to battle arthritis again. My sister consoled me and she promised to foot my hospital bills and support me in whatever way she could. The day I was discharged, the doctor prescribed some medicines, balms, and also gave me some recommendations like I should do more stretching exercises, stop junk food, and eat more vegetables. So this part is under other solutions that they've used that they don't work. Do you get it? So as the doctors prescribe this thing. So where did it start from? Yeah, so okay, so I should do more stretching exercises, stop junk food, and eat more vegetables. I began using my medicines and I followed the doctor's recommendations too. I resumed work shortly after I was discharged, and I was assigned to a less tasking work because of what at the doctor's recommendation. I wasn't feeling any better. So this leads us to yeah. This is leading us to how you use common solutions. Wait, did I mention that? Did I mention that? After months of using my phone, I wasn't feeling. Okay. So, after months of using my pain relief medicines and following doctor's recommendation, I wasn't feeling any better. In fact, my arthritis had gotten far worse than it was before. Just doing medicines like opening bottle of water was difficult for me. It happens like this thing happens. Like you see some people with arthritis, like they cannot even clap their hands. Their hands will be shaking. Their hands will be vibrating like this. I don't know if you've seen some old people that their hand is constantly shaking.
Yes.
Exactly. That's arthritis. Oh. So in fact, my arthritis had gotten far worse than it was before. Just doing many things like opening a bottle of water was difficult for me because I would feel extreme pain on my wrist when I tried to. Clapping during service in church was also a challenge. My joint pain had become extreme. Okay, so I went back to using my agbo local herbs, but at best they will give me a temporary relief for a few hours and then come backwards. I should have added the pain will come backwards. So this is leading to the part of how she used common solutions. So retelling how the symptoms got worse now. That's what we are on. So okay, I'm coming. Okay, so under this, and the pain will come backwards, is under how the symptoms, the beginning of how the symptoms got worse. As if that wasn't bad enough, things got bad at work too. I was not able to perform, so I was sacked. So our life was crumbling. I was constantly in severe joint pain and also at the health risk. I was with no husband, a child to take care of, no source of livelihood, and no source of help other than my sister, who I had obviously become a liability to. I'd already given up. Okay, so from here to... Okay, so telling how the symptoms got worse led to coming. Okay, so retelling how the symptoms got worse led to her being sacked and her life crumbling. Do you understand? So you are saying how the symptoms got worse. You don't need to stop there. You can also say how it affected their life. Do you understand? So from there now, we are going to feeling of giving up and hopelessness. So I'd already given up on finding. So this is the beginning of that. This is the beginning of that space to the end. I'd already given up on finding a solution for my arthritis and accepted my fate. When my sister came back from work one particular day, she told me, "You guys should be muting your mic. Don't let me be muting you myself." She told me she had watched a video and my sister came back from work one particular day. She told me she had watched a video on arthritis. Said the video was about a special combination that helps to reverse arthritis in 90 days or less. She said her God told her that following the instructions in that video will help me reverse my arthritis. And she wanted me to give it a try. I wasn't so sure about this. This is under doubt. This is under coming. Okay, gradually bringing the solution was when her sister told her about the video and how it works in 90 days or less. So under doubt is her saying she wasn't so sure about it. So let's go on. And she wanted me to give it a try. I wasn't so sure about this. I thought, if this really works, how come no one has ever told me about it? But I reluctantly began following the method in the video. Can you see? Method in the video. This is what I was talking about. Just because my sister, I reluctantly began following the method in the video just because my sister encouraged me to. After 2 weeks of following the instructions in the video, I wasn't seeing any change. So this is under we merged this 8 and 10 together. That's gradually bringing in solution, introducing unique solution. So then she showed doubt afterward. Then it didn't work. Okay, let me go on. I've not gotten there. But I reluctantly began following the method in the video just because my sister encouraged me to. After 2 weeks of following the instruction in the video, I wasn't seeing any change. My joint pain were still as bad as ever, but my sister kept on encouraging me to keep going. That the video said the special combination begins to have full effect in about 90 days. The surprising thing is that it wasn't even up to 90 days for me to start seeing complete turnover. I added over again. I shouldn't have added this over. Okay. Around the 4th week of usage, I noticed my joint pain had begun to reduce. So what did we do here? Our sister assured her. So she continued using it.
Having more doubts.
No. She
assurance.
It didn't work. So this is what I was saying about you can be flexible with it. Do you understand? As long as it does not affect your story. So more doubts and doubts are together here. Do you understand? Then number 8 and 10, that's gradually bringing in solution and introducing unique solution are together. Do you understand? So if you feel your story might not work with this straight up structure, you can be flexible with it. You get? So let's go on. So now we are going to feeling better gradually. So she said that I like 90 days. It wasn't even up to 90 days before she started seeing complete turnover. Around the 4th week of usage, I noticed my joint pain had begun to reduce. I could now walk around with little pain. My body pain had also reduced, and I could bend my back without feeling any sharp pain on my lower back. This was really good. Yeah, this was I should have added A. This was a really good feedback, so I kept on using the special combination. Well, all I can say now is in less than 90 days using this special combination, the video talked about, I am now completely free of arthritis. Do you understand? So let me see, is this under? Okay. So feeling better gradually. You know, I said it's not every time you go for a test for reassurance. Somebody with arthritis, they are feeling joint pain. Once the joint pain start going, there's no need going to any hospital to confirm. So that's why I did not put that. So I'm now completely free of arthritis. I have no sort of joint pain at all. You don't need your doctor to confirm that you don't have joint pain anymore. You know within yourself. I have no sort of joint pain at all. I can walk around with no pain, can bend as I like. I have no swelling on my joints, and I can carry my child with no pain at all. Do you see? So this is going to got the results that she was finally better in this case. So what did I now do? She can carry her child, she can walk around. So this is got back what she lost due to the illness. Can you see? I skipped some method, but still, story is still making sense. So I have no sort of joint pain at all. I can walk around with no pain, can bend as I like. I have no swelling on my joints. I can carry my child with no pain at all. That is not even all. Now I've gotten a new job as a banker, and I'm also engaged to a man who loves me and who loves my child and I. I'm coming. And our wedding is just a few months away. Do you understand? What did I do here? Okay. Please, someone tell me what I did here.
Yeah, Cornelius speaking.
Yeah, please go on, Cornelius.
I think what you did is you are trying to highlight what she lost before and what she got after watching the video and using the product. So it's possible. What we are saying here is that she got more than what she lost originally. I don't know if that's in line with what statement.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we are saying. So if you notice, the beginning part, I was saying when I was teaching how to identify your customer avatar, I was saying the pain they've gone through physically and the pain they've gone through psychologically. You get? So the pain she has gone through physically is the pain, the joint pain. Do you understand? But what it cost her was it costed her a job. Do you understand? And it affected how her relationship, it costed her a job. She was a widow. She could not spend time. She had lost her husband. And it now costed her the little she was using to feed again. Do you understand? And she did not have an husband, so her life was miserable. But what I did there was, and I said, for a cleaner, she was a graduate, she couldn't get a job. For a cleaner, she got a job as a banker when her life began to change. Then aside that, she got engaged to a man who loves like she and her child. Do you understand? So what I've done is everything she lost due to the illness and more. She got everything she lost due to the illness, and she even got more. So what this does to customers psychologically, or people reading your copy psychologically, is that it shows them that, wow, it makes them think that if I get this, not only will I be cured of this physical pain, I can also do this, do that I couldn't do before. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir, we understand you, sir.
Yes, sir. It also shows the effectiveness of the drug.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go on. So okay. So a man who lost my child, and our wedding, and our wedding is just a few months away. I'm so thankful to God that I watched the video that helped reverse my arthritis. I also appreciate my sister for encouraging me to. This is under feeling grateful. I wanted to share the good news with every other patient out there. Then so I'm so thankful to God that I watched the video that helped reverse my arthritis, and also appreciate my staff for encouraging me to follow the method in the video. If you'd also like to watch the video that helps reverse my arthritis and change my story, click the button below to watch the video presentation now. So this video can be removed every time now. Then we have our call to action. Yeah, so that's the last part. So far, do you guys understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And please, if you have any question, because I've treated for high blood pressure, diabetes, and arthritis now. If you have any question, please ask. Okay, I'm glad you guys understand.
As for me,
okay, yeah, go on, Cornelius.
Okay. So
go on.
Based on this pre-sale this thing you sent, we just went through. Is there a particular length for each story? I don't know, like a length, because we have to consider how will I put it, our user engagement. Let the story not be so long that they'll get tired of reading. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. So
okay. That's a good question. That's a good question. Does anyone want to answer that before I answer? Okay, so let me just answer. So there's something I tell people. Cornelius, you watch movies, right?
Yeah, I do.
What kind of movies do you like?
I love action movies and adventure.
Okay, you love action movies. Okay. That means you love a movie like, well, let me see one very long movie. One recent long movie.
Avatar Way of Water.
Yeah, Avatar Way of Water is probably like 3 hours, right? I've not watched it.
2 hours.
Yeah. Okay. So tell me like the kind of movie you ate. Like movies that you can't bear watching.
Z-World and telenovelas.
Exactly, Z-World and telenovelas. There is a reason why you stick around and watch Avatar for 3 hours, but you can't stick around to watch Z-World and telenovelas for 3 hours. Why? Because those movies cannot keep your attention. Why? Because how do I put it? Because you are not their target audience. That's what I was talking about target audience. Do you understand? So this copy now, all these copies that I showed you now, if you ask a child of 16 to start reading this copy, it does not have any interest. There's no busy, it does not give a fuck about arthritis. It does not care about high blood pressure. It does not care about high blood pressure. Okay, this does not care about diabetes. Does not care about high blood pressure. Why? Can somebody answer that?
Well, Godwin is speaking.
Yeah, go on, Godwin.
For a child not to find such things like interesting, because one, like to a child, there is nothing interesting in this because he or she may not be able to understand what he or she is reading. It can't like keep her attention. But let's say you give something like a cartoon now, exactly, then you have the child's attention.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is as simple as that is not your customer avatar. That is not your target audience. Do you understand? That is why we took out time to carry out all that research. Let me go back to I'm coming. Let me go back to those questions. Sorry. Okay, that's why we took our time to do this. What pain are they going through? What has pain caused them? Why? Because when we are writing, we want to write to one person. We want to write to somebody that is in our audience. Do you understand? So that at every point in the copy, you are talking to them. Do you get? So that at every point in the copy that you are talking to them, they cannot skip that story. So even though your copy is 3,000 words, they will stick through and read it. Even though they don't read everything word to word, they will skim through, pick the word to be helpful to them, and take whatever action you want them to take. Do you understand? That is why we did all this. If you remember, when we started out, we were talking about the average Chelsea fan. Okay, so let's say the average Chelsea fan that is offline, that does not use a smartphone. So that the man is just an average man that does not have so much money. He has a radio at home, he listens to radio program. So let's say he's scrolling through radio and he's hearing news about politics, let's assume he doesn't have interest in politics. He's hearing news about politics, he changes the channel again. He hears news about Man U. He might interest him because he's a football fan too. But then he changes the channel and he hears about Chelsea and somebody's talking about Graham Potter. He will stick and listen to that one. Why? Because you've spoken to him. Do you understand? Because that program is talking to him. Do you understand? Everything they are saying in that program, they are talking about how Chelsea is struggling, how Chelsea has a Champions League match that they might lose. Do you understand? Everything is speaking to him. So he will stick and listen to the program at that point in time, no matter how long it is, except, okay, maybe he has something much more important to do. Do you understand? That is why we took out time to do all this. That is why we took out time to carry out our research that answers all these questions. Do you understand? I've written copies that are 1,500 words, they converted. I've written copies that are 400 words, they converted. Do you understand? But if you don't, if there's no reason for your story to be long, there's no cause beating around the bush. You can just go directly to the point. If there's no reason for it to be long, don't let it be long. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
One thing again is fine, they might not read everything word for word. Some people will read everything word for word, but most people will just skim through, but they will still pick the important things. Do you get? So there's no ideal length for a copy. The most important thing is your copy is speaking to your audience. It answers all their questions. You get me? So the same way you can't watch a 3 hours telenovela or Z-World series, that's the same way where somebody like Bulu Atife might be able to watch 3 hours of Z-World. Or Bulu Atife, you watch Z-World, right? What you do when I say you watch Z-World or Korean movies?
No, I don't.
You don't.
But
Somebody
I watch
said
Korean movies.
Yeah, Korean movies. So the same way, Cornelius, you don't watch Korean movies too, right?
Yeah, I don't.
The same way you can't watch a 3 hours Korean movie, you can't watch a Korean series. Bulu Atife will watch it. Do you understand? Me, I don't mind watching Korean movies. Me, I watch anything. Aside Z-World, I watch anything. I'm always open to all these things. So I watch a 3 hours Korean movie too. Do you get? So the most important thing is that you are speaking to your audience. You sit down to watch a match of 90 minutes, but Bulu Atife will not sit down to watch a match of 90 minutes. Why? Because she's not an audience. She's not those people's target audience. Do you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah. So any other question? Guys, any other question before we go on? Any other question? So I'm guessing you all understand. Good. Okay, so now I've taught you the 19-step structure of writing a Janus pre-sale, and what is left is just writing your headline. So the reason why I'm teaching your headline last is most times it's not good writing your headline before writing a pre-sale. It cages you. Do you understand? Because whatever you want to write will be around that headline, so it will cage you up. So most times it's better you write your story first, write your pre-sale first, then after you can write an headline. Do you understand? You can write your headline rather. So when you want to write an headline, I don't want to teach you that use this sample. No, I want you guys to come up with your own creative headline. So I'm just going to give you the 3 laws that your headline must obey. Do you understand? So law 1 is, first and foremost, law 1 is it should call out your audience. That is, depict what you want to talk about, what your pre-sale is talking about. Law 2 is it should intrigue curiosity. Then law 3 is it should obey the law of We FM. Every customer is always asking the question of We FM. They are always tuned into We FM. And that is what is in it for me. Do you understand? So you have to answer what is in it for them. If not, you will lose them. Is that you answer it in your headline or you answer it in your copy? But all these 3 laws, the funny thing is, you might just obey these 2 laws and then your copy will still convert well. Sometimes you don't need to obey this last law. That's the funny thing, because once you call out your audience, like you depict what you want to talk about, and that your headline intrigues curiosity, they will still be curious to know what it's about. So let me go back to the examples I showed you guys. So look at this. In 2019, during my daughter's matriculation, I lost the battle to IBP, that's high blood pressure. This is my story. So from law 1, does this call out audience? Call out our audience?
Yes.
Answer. Yeah,
Yes,
it
sir.
calls
Yes,
out
sir.
audience. So yeah, high blood pressure. Anybody with high blood pressure will stick around like, do you get? So law 2 is, it should intrigue curiosity. Does it intrigue curiosity? Does it make an average person curious, especially somebody with high blood pressure?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
Especially with the image of the girl on a matriculation day with her dad. Do you get? So it intrigues curiosity. But then, I told you about the third law. You necessarily don't need to obey that third law every time. If you can obey it, fine, but you necessarily don't need to obey it every time. So look at this third law. What's in it for me? Does it obey the law of what's in it for me? Like what's in it for the customer, the person reading it with high blood pressure? Does he obey that law?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. But it still intrigues curiosity. Do you get? And it still makes people read, and it's still converting well. Do you understand? So that's just what I'm trying to say. So let's go to this diabetes example. Look at this again. My 14 years old son had to drive me to the medical center in an emergency when I fainted due to diabetes. This is how it happened. Does this call out our audience?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The audience, sir.
Exactly. What exactly calls out the audience? I need to know.
Diabetes.
Exactly. Diabetes. When I fainted due to diabetes, the son drove him to the medical center. For 14 years old son to drive him to the medical center, it shows that the case is very severe when he fainted due to diabetes. Do you understand? So that's we calling out our audience. So law 2 is it should intrigue curiosity. Does this intrigue curiosity?
Yes.
Yeah.
What makes it intrigue curiosity?
14 years old son driving a car.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. So does it obey the third law of, it should obey the law of what's in it for me? Does it obey that law?
No, it
doesn't.
No,
But it
not at
obeys
all,
it.
sir.
Exactly, but it obeys the 2 laws and it is still converting well. So that's what I'm saying. You can obey the 3 laws if you want, when you want to write your headline, but make sure that the major thing is the first 2 are the most important thing, especially that calling out an audience and intriguing curiosity. Do you understand? Because, okay, imagine if I said my 14 years old son had to drive me to the medical center when I fainted. This is how it happened. What have I done? I've only intrigued curiosity, but I don't call out any audience. People that just want gist, we just read it and they will just go. Do you get? But because I added diabetes, I've called out audience. Do you understand? So that's it for that. So let's go to the third example I showed you guys to do. Excuse me. So look at this one. You should call out your audience. Does it call out the audience?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It is capturing
How does it
order.
call out audience? How does it call out audience?
Mentioning the joint pains.
Yeah, thank you. The
Yes,
joint
sir.
pains. Do you understand? Then even aside that, balms, painkillers, creams. Who are the people that use balms, painkillers, and creams?
People who experience pain.
Yeah, exactly. When I added joint pains again, that was like the icing on the cake. Do you understand me? So you've called out people that have joint pains, but not only people that have joint pains, people that have joint pains that have been using things like Rob, Aboniki, all these creams and balms, and they just thought that, oh, that's it, that's all they need, but they don't know that their case is more severe than that. Do you understand? I called on those kind of people. So does it intrigue curiosity?
Yes.
How does it intrigue curiosity, Boluwatife?
Like they want to know how she how she got to know that the balms and creams actually worsened her joint pains.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Somebody else, please.
I think, Joseph speaking, I think the second line as well, how a 26-year-old Nigerian mother who battled with arthritis also draws attention because they feel it's only elderly people that suffer such.
Exactly. So it is intriguing to just say, first of all, because what this headline did is it denounced the like it is telling people that don't just think you are safe because you are using Abonike rub and everything. That might even be what is worsening your condition. Do you understand? Then Nana came and I said 26 years old widowed Nigerian mother. It shows that a woman of 26 suffered the arthritis, joint pains that affected her. How about me that I'm 42? My own case might be worse, so let me better read it. Do you understand? So does he obey the third law? What's in it for me?
Not really, no.
Check well. Okay, so let me just answer. I would say yes and no. Yes, in the sense that the third law say what's in it for me. She said, yeah, I wish I knew that balms, painkillers, and creams were worsening my joint pain. Do you understand? Your headline does not necessarily need to tell them that this is what they are going to achieve. Do you understand? Most times I don't like writing an headline like that portrays that people are going to get a product or anything, even though they will. I want the video they are going to watch to do that. I just want my own story to convince them to go and watch that video. Do you get? So, yes, in the sense that he said, okay, they are using painkillers, they are using balms, they are using creams, and it is worsening their joint pains. There is a reason why it is worsening their joint pain. That's what is in it for them to know. Do you understand me? No, is the sense that if we are talking about how this will show them how their life will be better, no, it doesn't do that. So you are correct when you say no, and you're also correct when you say yes. Do you understand me, guys? Guys, do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we understand it perfectly.
So
yes, sir, we can get it, sir.
Okay. So the thing is, earlier on, I just wanted to give you samples of headline or this thing. No, I don't want you to do that. Like, one thing I noticed with a lot of people that join Janice is they will now restrict themselves so much to that sample, and they will just be doing that for years. And before you know it, because the market is changing every day, before you know it, an headline you used yesterday is no longer working today. I don't know if you guys know a lot of affiliate marketers, like you see a lot of affiliate marketing ads, right?
Yes.
Yeah. There is one particular headline that is used, and that headline has washed like mad. That to the extent that it's no longer working. Like that headline of how to make money on your phone, even though you are how to make up to 750K monthly using only your phone, even though you are a broke Nigerian student,
yes, sir.
and housewife. That headline used to work before in the past, but now the people are already tired of it. That's already washed. Do you understand? That's the thing about format. One thing about format is it does not allow people to unlock their creativity. And I'm not saying creativity in the sense that you should be thinking about headlines from your head every time. No. Think about it like in the past, like what headlines, what title have you seen that hooked you, that made you buy something, that made you read a story? Do you understand? You can now model something like that. It's not that you just stick to format. Whenever I see all those kind of posts now, I'll just start shaking my head that these people come up with something else. Do you understand? Even though you want to sell this thing, don't be saying how to make 750K in a month, even though you're a broke Nigerian student. How to make 750K in a month using your mobile phone, even though you're a broke Nigerian student, an housewife, somebody doing NYSC, all those kind of things. No, all those things have already washed. Do you get? So this rule that I've given you now, I want you guys to come up with a good headline. Do you understand? Okay, so let me just give you your assignments now. let me just give you assignments now. So the assignment is you are going to pick any of the 3 conditions, that is diabetes, arthritis, high blood pressure, and write a pre-sale following the 19-step structure. This 19-step structure of a Janice pre-sale, and write me a pre-sale using the 19-step Janice structure. So you submit tomorrow before 9 a.m. Do you understand? So make sure it obeys like you can be flexible with the 19-step structure, obviously. But if you know you can't do that, just follow the structure strictly. Do you understand? I already gave you how you can follow these laws to write an headline, and I already showed you an example of everything. Do you get? So that's your assignment. So I'm going to send it to the group. Also, the recording of today's class, I'm going to send it to the group. Do you understand? So Sheyi. So Sheyi Obikoya is my partner. So tomorrow, what we'll do is we'll be reviewing your. Yeah. So tomorrow, I just want to make sure you are here, like so that you hear what I'm saying. So tomorrow, your assignments, I'll review all your assignments.
What did you say? I didn't hear you.
Okay, so tomorrow I'll review the pre-sale you write following this 19-step structure. You can write about arthritis, diabetes, whichever one you want. I'll review all the pre-sales, make corrections. You make those, make corrections, tell you corrections you should make. You write them down, make those corrections. Then we'll not grade your final pre-sale. Do you understand me? Then also tomorrow.
Sorry, can you say that again? Can you say that again?
Yeah, so tomorrow I give them an assignment using this 19-step pre-sale structure. So okay. Tomorrow we'll be reviewing the pre-sales. I'll do most of the reviewing actually. So I'll do most of the reviewing. So we'll make corrections. Okay. And after that, I think our class is 3 days. Yeah, our class is 3 days. So hopefully the first 2 days we're able to review all your pre-sales. We'll ask you to make corrections. Then you will resubmit the corrected one. Do you get? So we'll grade it. And after that, she will be teaching you guys how to write Facebook primary text and headlines. But that's not for today. But for today, what I just want you to focus on, I don't want you to be overwhelmed. The work is not much. What I just want you to focus on for today is, your assignment for today is write a pre-sale following the 19-step structure. You can either write about diabetes, high blood pressure, or arthritis. Do you understand that, guys?
Yes, sir, we can get it, sir.
Okay. So I'll still send the assignment to the group, but that's the assignment. Then the recording of today's class, I'll upload it to my drive and I'll send the link. So if in case you missed anything, you'll be able to go through it and you'll be able to go through it and pick out whatever it is you want to pick out. Yeah. So before I end today's meeting, is there any question?
Yes, please. How do we submit?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Thank you for asking that question. Okay, so you submit with Google Doc. Do you know Google Doc?
Yes.
So you submit with Google Doc. You make the link accessible. Do you get? You make the link accessible so that once I open your link, I'll be able to see your pre-sale. Do you understand? So the pre-sale you write, make sure you add your headline. Also, you add your image. Do you understand? The image that fits whoever it is you are talking about, you get. So you submit in a Google Doc and you share you upload, you write your pre-sale on a Google Doc, or you can copy it from wherever you wrote it to your Google Doc, add your image, add your headline. After adding everything, then you now make the link accessible to everyone, then share the link to the group before 9 p.m. tomorrow. And also, please, when you are submitting your assignment, don't just send the link, please. It is important you add your name. So Boluwatife, for example, if you are submitting your own, you say Boluwatife Edun copywriting, they want copywriting assignments. Then you now add the link. Do you understand me? So guys, that's how you are going to submit. Is there any other question?
Sorry, did you say 9 a.m. tomorrow or 9 p.m.?
Before 9 a.m. tomorrow, that's when you are submitting the assignment. 9 a.m. in the morning. Not 9 p.m. today, 9 a.m. in the morning tomorrow.
All right.
Okay, all right now. Any other question?
Sir, are we having a class tomorrow?
Yeah, the class tomorrow will be to review your copies, to review your assignments,
okay.
And to make corrections to your assignment. Yeah. So, any other question? Please ask your questions now. Ask your questions, please. Okay, so I think that's also, wow, it's already 3 minutes after 2. So that's all for today, guys. So have a good one. Study everything you were taught. I'll upload this thing soon. Study everything you were taught, please. Very, very important. And come up with a very, very good pre-sale. Yeah, and that's it, guys.
All right, thank you very
now.
much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to end the meeting for everyone now. Okay, wait, I'm coming.